No Polish? Okay, so I'm going to talk in Polish then. Sorry, in English then, sorry. That was good. Good morning, everybody. I would like to, my name is Ewa Kulik-Bielińska. I'm the member of the Batory Foundation Board. It's my pleasure to be a host of today's event. I'm so pleased that we are meeting here in Poland, still under Polish presidency in the EU, a week after we had an interesting event in European Solidarity Center, devoted to the civil society too, and to a similar title that the conference today, that is, the role of the civil society in the era of polycrisis. And indeed, when I think about, even from the day that we had this event in Gdańsk, we have another crisis. It seems that there is every week that some crisis happens. This time the war in Gaza is extended to the war between Israel and Iran. The meeting today is a continuation of something that was started a year ago by our Hungarian friends during the Hungarian presidency. They decided to set up a parallel civil presidency of EU. And a year ago in June, we were organizing the Civil Forum as a part of our Forum of Civil Society Organizations in Warsaw. And it was a moment of passing the baton from the Hungarian presidency to Polish presidency. We were preparing for this presidency at that conference. It was announced that there will be a Council of Civil Society Organizations working on the priorities for Polish presidency. The moment that we are meeting today is important also because of the very difficult situation everywhere. Also in Poland, this is the moment when we have the very polarized society. We have a lot of crisis internally, like, even after this meeting in June in Warsaw, there was a huge crisis caused by the climate change and environmental neglection. We had flood in Poland that was comparable to the flood of 1997, which used to be called at that time the flood of 1,000 years. And a lot of people lost their homes, and those who came to rescue, those who came to help, were civil society organizations and civil society informal groups. People were helping one another before the state was ready to help. So we are having this crisis after crisis, and you see, it's always the first who come with help and assistance are civil society organizations, and the last who leave are also civil society organizations. And that's why it seems that so important when you have the EU presidencies that we have such events like this, devoted totally and fully to the role of civil society in democratic countries, in democracy, in support of equality and human rights, especially now that because of securitization of a narrative, and really feeling quite justified of uncertainty and insecurity, people are a little bit turning away from thinking about human rights as something which is first of all and foremost a cornerstone of democracy. If you do not respect human rights, if you do not respect the rights and do not help those who are weak, who are in minority, then there is no democracy. Equality is the basis for democracy, equal treatment of all. And also civil society, that's active citizens, those who are thinking more not only about their private prosperity, about their success and excellence, but about the community they live in, about the closer community, about the more wider one, about their country, about Europe, and globally about the world. They are also a fundament of democracy. And seeing a democracy attacked right now, from outside and from inside, it is so important to remember that without civil society, without the active citizens, democracy is not going to be defended. And this democracy today is not something that we have to strengthen. We have really to defend it. We have to shield it and protect. But we have also to reinvigorate it, to renew it, to build it anew in a way, so that it will give people the feeling that it does deliver the promise that was supposed to deliver. Today we are going to discuss in the panels, because the meeting also coincides with the consultation of the EU strategy for civil society, something which was originated in the civil society from Central Eastern Europe particularly, and here I would like to really highlight the role of Vera Mora from Hungarian Partnership Foundation. It was originated during the discussions of the second edition of EEA grants for civil society, when we were thinking that really what we need is to uplift the role of civil society organizations in the EU to make sure that the civil society organizations will be protected, that their work will be enabled, that their environment for them will be more friendly, and that the EU will really underscore and underline the role of civil society for the better world, for the betterment of Europe. Yesterday, or was it on the 13th, sorry, on 13th of June, the European Commission launched the consultation of their, or rather not consultation, I would call it, it was a call for evidence, meaning it opened up the possibility for us to freely express what we, the citizens of the EU, how we see that the EU strategy for civil society should look like. I encourage you to take part in these consultations, and I hope that today, discussing the work that was done already by the group of civil society organizations from the EU, this will be a good start for the discussion how this strategy should be formed. And in the, on the desk in the registration, you can find out the publication that was prepared as a part of a project run again from the EA grants, project of several organizations, mainly partnership foundations from several EU countries, how the civil society strategy by EU could look like. So I stop there and will hand my microphone. Oh, and I forgot one thing. I forgot to welcome all the important guests that are there. This is something I was even asking, should I do it and call them by names? I said no, and then I forgot to welcome them. Sorry, Mr. Minister, Mrs. Minister. We have today Minister of Civil Society, Adrianna Porowska, who is coming from the Polish civil society sector. I used to be a very well-known activist here in Warsaw, working with those who are in need, the homeless. I would like to welcome the representatives of the Norwegian Embassy and the representative of the Foreign Ministry of Norway, Ms. Ingrid Schulerud. Without her, probably the EA grants would have looked differently. It was really her big role in establishing the Civil Society Fund as a part of EA grants. Thank you very much, and I welcome the board of the European Civic Forum, which is a pan-European organization which groups a lot of different organizations from Europe. Batory Foundation, Federation of Polish NGOs and Institute of Public Affairs are also member of this group, and that's why the meeting here, being a membership organization, we are privileged to have you with us. And I welcome all of you delegates to the Assembly of the European Civic Forum, and I welcome all Polish civil society organizations who decided to spend this morning with us. Thank you. Rafaela, you are the second, I heard.
First of all, thank you very, very much. We are really proud and honored and thankful to be here, guest of a civil society which in the past and also in the recent history have proved several times to be strong, to be able to resist, to be able to become a majority, and to be able to change the reality, even when it seems extremely difficult. And for us, you are an example. And we need this kind of example because we are really living a dramatical period. Really a dramatical period. I think that probably we never could expect to find ourselves in the situation in which we are now. Every day, not every year, every day the global situation and also the situation in Europe become worse and worse. Look at the war. We started with the occupation of Ukraine 3 years ago, a part of our continent under occupation. And then the enormous massacre and violation of all the international rights in Gaza, 1 year and a half. And now the war Israel and Iran, which really can become a global conflict. And then climate change, and then poverty, which is increasing everywhere, also in our continent, even inside the working middle class, which have been, during decades, the bones of the strength of our society. And we are facing this kind of situation in the worst possible scenario here in Europe. Because we know we are living a situation in which not only all over Europe or the world, but also in Europe, the reactionary forces are gaining a lot of consensus. And more they are leading or they are able to influence so much many countries. And after the result of the European elections, they are able to shift the attitude of the European Commission and the European Parliament. And this means that the capability to find a role, a positive role in this kind of very dramatical situation in the world for us in Europe is more difficult. I am an old activist. And if somebody put me the question, but along at least in my life, 40 years of activism of civil society, what civil society have defended? I would answer with 4 words. Freedom, democracy, rights, and just peace. This can be, a sort of umbrella which collect all our struggle in the different part of Europe, in different situations with all our differences as democratic civil society. And these values are interconnected. There is no one of these value that can be implemented if it is not interconnected with the other. Freedom, if it's not connected to rights and equality, is only the freedom for the strongest to exercise their domination. And peace is not peace if it's not connected to freedom, to democracy, and to rights. We are the one which, in this kind of situation, have to try to do our best to defend these 4 interconnected values. If we split these values, if we choose only, security without freedom, without democracy, without rights, and without peace, freedom is not freedom. And I could go on, but you can imagine. We have to keep these 4 values interconnected. And in our work, in this climate of securitarization, I think that we are the one who make our society safer. because our society are going to split, are going to lose their social cohesion. Reactionary forces, we always say in the European Civic Forum, gain their power because they are able to find consensus inside the frustration of people which the system have left behind. And which, because of this, don't trust anymore in democracy. And what we do every day is, from the smallest village, from the smallest community till Brussels, we try to implement these values by being close to the citizens, to the local communities, by listening to them, by assisting them, by representing them, by bringing their needs to the political sphere. And this is a way by which we try to show them that there is an alternative to individual anger, which is collective commitment and hope. And in this way, we rebuilt the real strength of our communities. So this is what we would like to be recognized for. We find, and I close, every day instead, additional burden put on our shoulder. Additional burden. Every day. A lot of suspicions against us. A lot of suspicions. They are telling us that we are political actors. We are simply obeying to our constitutional and law, to our treaty, to the international right, to the rule of law. This is to make policy. Yes, okay, we are political actors if to obey to our constitutional law and to our treaty means to be political. And so we need support, we need to be really supported and considered as one of the first elements to defend and protect, to save our society. Thank you very much.
Raffaella Bolini, co-chair of the European Civic Forum. Now I would like to ask Vera Mora, another co-chair. There is no, one person rule in the associations.
Wow, thank you very much. And I'm very happy to be there and welcome everybody to this event. It's quite hard to speak after Raffaella's very inspirational words. I'm much more of a down-to-earth person. So I would like to start by remembering that last time I was in Warsaw was exactly a year ago, not specifically in this location, but it was also organized by OFOP and the friends from Poland, an event in preparation for the upcoming Polish presidency of the EU Council. And I was quite impressed by that event in a sense that thinking that, wow, these Polish civil society organizations are really good because they are preparing well in advance and they are thinking about what they will do and how they will cooperate with their government during the period of the EU presidency. And that event also produced a long paper, let's say a wish list, what civil society wanted from the new new EU institutions taking office after the elections, the European elections taking place last year. It wasn't the only source of inspiration, but certainly pretty much strengthened our commitment in Hungary to do something as civil society during the period of the Hungarian presidency. We knew, of course, that the Hungarian government, being as it is, will not consult us, will not involve us in the preparations or in the period of the presidency. And we also seen at that time by the programs, from the programs published, that many of the issues that we as civil society organizations consider crucial, issues that we are working on every day, will not be represented on the official presidency agenda. Therefore, we started organizing and came up with the idea of the Civil EU Presidency. This idea was very simple. several civil society organizations working on very different topics came together and coordinated among themselves and organized a series of events, each covering topics and issues that were missing or not represented on the official Council presidency agenda. Issues ranging from the protection of voters, through car battery factories, through women's rights and women's participation in public life, and civic space. And each of the organizations organized their events autonomously, but we came together and coordinated and showed how much in civil society there is unity in diversity. And the last event in November last year was organized by my foundation, Ökotárs, and specifically dealt with civil society issues. Because, and that was another important reason why we started organizing this Civil EU Presidency, was that the period of last autumn we considered a very important period, the starting of the new 5-year institutional cycle with the new parliament, the new commission set up. It became very clear very soon that this period would present us new threats, but new opportunities at the same time. We've seen a general shift to the right in the European Parliament, questioning civil society's legitimacy and funding and attacking civil society work. But at the same time, we also seen in the Council, in the Commission program, in the mission letters of the commissioners, important mentions of civil society, a new civil dialogue, a new civil society strategy, and other sentences that we can use as reference when working towards the EU institutions during the next 5 years, 4.5 by now, to try to raise civil society higher on the European agenda, to gain more recognition, more protection, and more support for civil society. That was the message of our conference last November, and I very much hope that this event can bring forward this message, because we know that any work in the EU is really a long-distance run, not a sprint. So we have to be prepared to work together for the coming years, and we will reach all goals. Just one example for that. It was already mentioned that the civil society strategy, which is now part of the European Commission's work program for this year, we have first tabled the idea, I think it was 2017 or 18, 8 years ago. Nobody thought we would get there, but we are there. And we have to use this opportunity, this moment, to bring it forward. And I very much wish us, during today and in the days to come, that we can do it together. Thank you very much. And I think now for Carolina, on behalf of OFOP.
Yes, thank you. A lot has been said, but one more time, I would like to express that I'm very happy that we have so many colleagues from the European Civic Forum here in Poland. And for those who don't know, what is it, this network? Today we'll celebrate also 20 years of this network. In the ECF, this network has more than 100 NGOs, and from all member states, even outside the European Union. And we have in the network also the national federations, we have the big NGO, the small one, but we are all together as a network to standing for democracy, for the rule of law, for civil dialogue, and this network is very present at the European level. Thanks to that, and thanks to our work, that's what Eva said, that we are, as OFO, Batory Foundation, Public Affairs Institute, also we are members. Thanks to that, we have this opportunity to be in touch with all of this network and to make the efforts step by step. As Vera said, sometimes it's not so obvious that we will win, but sometimes it happened, and we are so proud of it. And today we will speak about the strategy, civil society strategy. We will speak about the next programming period for the next 7 years. And what it will mean for civil society, how we have to organize ourselves to be sure that in the new EU budget we will have the money not only for the NGOs as such, but the money to save democracy, to standing for the rights, to standing for the equality. And this is our role, as I can assume, as civil society, as a network, as all of us who are here in this room. And today I'm very happy that we have with us our Minister responsible for the civil society, Adriana Pajowska. And Madam Minister, I would like to invite you to take the floor and to address our guests.
Będę mówiła w języku polskim.
So I am going to speak Polish. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the great pleasure and the opportunity to serve as Minister for Civil Society, the only such ministry, the only such position in all of Europe. And not just because of me, but because of civil society in Poland. I am extremely proud to be serving in that capacity, but I am also very concerned. For 19 years, I worked for a small NGO, which helped people experiencing homelessness. But was it about solidarity? Was it about community? Was it about patriotism, democracy, rule of law? For a long time, I didn't know that these things were part of my job. And I learned this from successive people who served as the civil ombudsman, who would invite ordinary people, but also those serving in important state positions, to have discussions about democracy, solidarity, community. In fact, a whole host of publications were developed talking about what solidarity means for the ordinary person, for a philosopher, for a politician, for somebody who is fighting for democracy, who has been fighting for many years. Right now, in office as Minister for Civil Society, I have clashed, I have come up against a terrible wall of bureaucracy and all sorts of political interests, particular interests. Why am I saying this? Well, because it is up to you to make sure that politicians care. It's on you. So when I sometimes read publications or listen to speakers at conferences, whenever I hear that civil society should play a greater role, that there should be more money available for NGOs that talk about democracy and rule of law across Europe, but also in Poland. Whenever I hear this, I think, yes, I've got my ammunition. One person cannot change everything, even if you put them into the role of a minister for civil society, because it's on all of us. When the Polish presidency started back in October, when I assumed office, some things had already been set, had been decided. I decided to talk about the role of civil society in such a way so that everybody understood. So, to talk about the role of NGOs and civil society, which during times of crisis, both during the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, but also during the flood mentioned before, civil society rose to the occasion. They were they were first responders. The NGO leaders from small towns, which had NGOs that had dealt with culture, sports, not humanitarian aid, but they had certain skills, they had resources, they knew how to handle such situations, and all of a sudden they were capable of organizing, coordinating the work of many institutions and volunteers to come up with funding and to develop action plans. And they learned all these skills when writing up projects. That's very simple. You set a goal, you write what you're going to do and what you want to achieve. And that is why it occurred to me I should do everything in my power to reach out to these organizations in Poland and to tell them, using a different language without those grandiose concepts, to tell them about rule of law, democracy, solidarity, and patriotism, which apologies, but quite a lot of politicians sort of use these as empty concepts, especially patriotism, splitting society in half, dividing people, because they understand very different things by these words. So restoring the definitions of these words is one of the main driving principles that guide me, but this can only be done through those who are down there on the ground doing daily work in these small towns. So coming back to the beginning, when helping people, homeless people, was I exhibiting patriotism? Was I exhibiting solidarity with a capital S? I didn't realize these were very much present in my work. The small organizations on the ground can now learn about this. They can learn about democracy, because democracy is not about forcing people to vote according to our wishes. As we sit here in this room, I am sure that we all think in a very similar way, but we can't force people to think like us. That's just impossible. Some won't even listen to us. Democracy should be about giving people knowledge, equal access to knowledge, and then giving them choice and coming to terms with it, accepting their choices, and they might choose differently from us, because it's only then when showing the true face, not of democracy that fights with its fists clenched, but democracy that understands, that hugs you, that accompanies you, that explains and keeps explaining and showing the consequences. That's how we get results. That's how people accomplish things. Only when we take that approach can we really reach people, not just in Poland but across Europe. We can reach them through local leaders, through people they trust, because the internet makes us stupid. There's a lot of fake news, I know, because I've been raising my son for the past 18 years, and I was astonished to hear who he wanted to vote for. I wanted to accept this, but I wanted to learn why. So I learned that he was actually part of a different communication channels. So I would diffuse his arguments, and eventually we reached the same conclusions, only the names differed. The candidates differed for both of us. So that's when I realized that those who are not in government can speak lightheartedly. There are no consequences for them, but those who are in power need to be mindful of the consequences of what they say. So what I want to tell you is that each of us, regardless of what position we're in, what role we're in, we have a big job to do, each one of us in our respective countries, to find money for civil society. So for all those activities which are going to raise people's awareness, raise their knowledge, so that, like my son, people can understand. Of course, I didn't ask him who he eventually voted for, but at least he no longer threw those names around, names that I thought were not the best choice. So we want societies to become responsible, to feel responsible for the community, for solidarity, and for restoring the rightful meaning of those big concepts. But we can't do this by clenching our fists. We can only achieve it through conversations with individual people who are on their way to becoming leaders. So we've brought that situation about, and I don't want to point fingers and in what country. We have brought down authorities. It's very hard to find somebody nowadays, a person whom you can listen to calmly and whom you trust. I do have authorities, but I was raised in a different age. My son's authorities are totally different. I'm speaking of young people because they are the decision makers of the future. They will be deciding the future. So what should we do? The strategy that we've already mentioned here on a number of occasions. This strategy should lead to two outcomes. First of all, stable sources of funding for NGOs, and second of all, money that can bring returns quickly to NGOs in a country should there be a crisis. We can't wait for years for NGOs, small NGOs somewhere in some country. They can't be kept waiting for the money. There can be government agendas, government institutions in countries that will funnel earmarked funds for specific projects. And so let me say this for the last time. Great words come out of small things, small steps, small actions, and from small people, small organizations, and we should be creating an umbrella for them, giving them opportunities to act. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister, for this important speech. I'm sure that many of us around the room will want to respond, and we'll have that opportunity soon. And now I'll switch into English.
Again, also from my side, I'm Filip Pazderski, also representing Batory Foundation, hosting this event. So we are very glad having all of you with us. And in order to fill the words that were already mentioned with further information, further comments, we will start the panel. Maybe before that, I will also add one more thing to the explanations, to the interactions that actually we are meeting here. It's not the first time of this kind of discussion. This is actually the continuation of the discussion that was already heard last December, as far as I remember, in Hungary during the Hungarian Civil Presidency, because the idea was to organize the side events to official presidencies within the European Union that are organized by the civil society. So it was already the meeting organized by the Hungarian counterparts, and we are organizing it here now alongside Polish presidency in the European Union in order to continue the discussions on not only on what are the challenges that civil society is facing, but also what should be the answers in order to support civil society, but also to help civil societies to solve problems of our societies and of our democracies much better. But in order to, it's not the one that will be looking for answers in this panel. It's my wonderful panelists that will join me here, and in this respect, I would like to warmly welcome on the stage Aleksandrina Najmowicz, who is Secretary General of European Civic Forum. Please come and take your seat. Again, Karolina Dreszczer-Smalec, President of the National Federation of Polish NGOs, and also Ignacy Niemczycki, Secretary of the State in the Chancellery of the Prime Minister. Please have a seat. And we have with us also, not here, but just joining us online directly from Brussels, Ms. Ingrid Ballender-Todino, who is head of the Human Fundamental Rights Unit, at the European Commission, DG Just. Okay, so I will take a seat as well. So if we can start, as I said, we are continuing these discussions that were already held. But maybe to set the scene and to also to feel some general observations that were already mentioned about the situation that civil society is facing, the challenges, but also what it is doing in the European Union. I wanted to ask Aleksandrina Nemovic to explain us, first of all, maybe what are the three main challenges you would say? I know there are many of them, but let's just stick to these three most important ones that the civil society is facing in the European Union. But then also, let's, if you can explain us what solutions, what activities you can see from the side of the civil society, but also how it should be supported to do this work better.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you for coming to continue these conversations that we started 1 year ago. We talked so much about what are the challenges that we are facing, and finally we are here to discuss solutions, because sometimes we win, and now we will engage in discussions with the institutions on how to respond to these challenges through a dedicated civil society strategy. My organization, the European Civic Forum, is working a lot to monitor and to document the state of civic space across Europe, the state of civil liberties, the way that civil society organizations are being given the infrastructure, are being protected by the states in order to do their mission, to stand for the values they believe in. And we've been joining forces, obviously, with so many growing organizations that are starting monitoring the situation in their own sector. And obviously what we observe is quite worrying and well documented, and I think everybody in the room is available of the many challenges. But since you are asking me to maybe give three, I would say that lately what really worries us is that regardless of different forms of attacks, more or less obvious frontal, what is the most insidious form of attack, taking many forms of expression, is the denial of legitimacy of civil society's role itself. To do the work, be it service provision, be it advocacy, and obviously those that are doing advocacy who are deemed to be political, as Rafaela said in the beginning, with a very negative connotation of being political, those are in the front line. But also there's a very insidious way of not only shrinking the space for civil liberties to defend those values, but shrinking also the space for social rights, cultural rights, the very essence that keeps communities together. So on one side, policies less and less provide equality, access to education, healthcare, culture for all, social inclusion basically, but also deny the legitimacy of civil society to cater for the needs of the communities and to voice their concerns to the institutions. So I think this denial of legitimacy is very, very worrying. Then, obviously, it also takes a form not only necessarily in frontal attacks, but also more complicated to document through funding policies, or what become defunding policies, actually, which means shifts from, for example, from public subsidies to public tenders that more and more put not only civil society organizations in competition among themselves, but then also civil society organizations in competition with other sectors, namely private sectors, to provide services. So a general marketization, so to say, of a mission of association that used to be of general interest. So this is more complex to observe in the society, but it starts being documented also by the FRA, and I think in the afternoon Val will share with us a few insights on the realities of funding situation for civil society. and ultimately also erosion of channels for dialogue between institutions and civil society, because we see so much anger that is being expressed in the streets. It takes various forms, from protest, you know, to civil disobedience and many forms of action, which then is met with repression instead of institutions trying to learn some lessons and to invite around the table civil society to discuss. And also it happens because regular channels for civil and social dialogue have been broken. So yeah, these in a nutshell, I think, account for the situation in which we are, which is of course part of broader erosion of democracy and rule of law, as has been said. We are looking with very much hope to this new opportunity, and I really want us to celebrate actually our success, because, and also to celebrate the success of this good cooperation with European institutions. I'm sorry that I don't see Ingrid right now on the screen, but I know she's there. I know she wanted also to be with us today, but unfortunately she couldn't. I think it's a very good example that sometimes it works. Sometimes dialogue works. And we are very happy to have this opportunity to reflect together with the Commission on how to strengthen civil society really in a holistic way. And our expectations from the civil society strategy is not only to think of civil society in an isolated mode. Yes, of course, we need to strengthen our infrastructure, starting from enabling funding policies. And we are going to discuss in the afternoon about how MFF can support work for democracy. We need really institutions to look at civil society roles in a very holistic way. It's not, I mean, we need to be protected, definitely. We need to protect now the civic space. We need to protect human rights defenders in Europe. Unfortunately, we are in a situation where we need to think about protection mechanisms. We need to think about a mechanism for civil society to alert the institutions on what's going on before even, you know, systemic threats to the rule of law happen, because often at that moment it's too late. And we see very clearly in Hungary and in Poland how complicated it is to restore rule of law once the whole system has been dismantled. So we need in this strategy also to think about a system of early warning mechanism so that the institutions can react with strong policies, infringement procedures if needed, at an early phase of a degradation. And in general, we need enabling legislation. But to end with, in case, can you just let me know if I'm short with the time? It's okay. But I think it's really important not to think of civil society in isolation from the wider notion of democracy, how democracy works. So of course, very important to dialogue with civil society, but what the dialogue is for. The dialogue for is to deliver inclusive policies so that communities are bonded together, and this is the primary role of civil society, and they are doing the job inside the communities, but they also need to be recognized by the institutions as allies in the very crafting of the policies, because by knowing the situation on the ground, not only we have expertise, but we really have, and you have knowledge of the loopholes that need to be filled. And so in this civil society strategy, I think there needs to be a very strong link between the policies that the EU delivers and the role of civil society to craft those policies together with the institutions. Because it has been said in the opening, democracy dies little by little in darkness, as some media outlets title their slogans, but also we know very well it dies really little by little, sometimes unfortunately even unnoticed, and this is the most dangerous thing. And obviously democracy is being questioned and threatened. I would no longer even want to say from outside and inside, but let's say from those that don't believe anymore in democracy, that are doing anti-democratic propaganda, be them inside or outside. They are very well connected, very well funded, and very well organized. And those that are pro-democracy and that are now, we are sometimes feeling a minority. And sometimes we are feeling left without so strong arguments because if democracy does not deliver for people to feel included, to feel part of the society, and if they feel left behind, they no longer trust democracy, they no longer trust institutions. And we, as civil society that are having this role of brokers of trust, and also brokers of distrust, a healthy notion of distrust in the sense of questioning the institutions and calling them to respond and to be accountable. Our role is really shaky in these moments. So on one side, we lack arguments for the communities to restore trust in democracy, and we lack strong political representation of our values in the political spheres. So I really hope that these new policy files at the European level that are opening, and luckily civic space has become center stage, will allow us to discuss more broadly also the interconnections between all these issues, so that not only we safeguard our space, but we don't destroy with the current policies the very values for which we need our space to defend. So let's get out of this contradiction, and I'm really positive about the dialogue that we are going to have with the European Commission in the upcoming weeks and months. So yeah, let's look at the positive side of things.
Thank you very much, Alessandrina, and also for this call to look for the positive side of the things. We are gathering here to try to figure it out. What are these solutions and what they might be. However, now I wanted to turn to Poland and to Karolina Drescher-Smalec. Poland was already mentioned to be a beacon of a fight for democracy against populist right-wing rule and government and so on, and many things have also happened. Positive things have happened since then, since last general elections. However, many things also still needs to be done, and actually just yesterday I was reading a report from a study not published yet about organizations working on the human rights and watchdog activities, saying that still 59%, like so almost 60% of them are claiming that they cannot see or they face lack of openness from the public administrations with the dialogue with them, for example. So and really being not satisfied with that. So. Mentioning this, I wanted to ask you, looking from Polish perspective, from your federation, what's from one hand, what are the challenges that we are still facing as a civil society, but also what we have learned over the last years with our activities that were already also mentioned, and then what from this can be used in order to fill all these documents that are being prepared on the European level to support civil society.
Thank you for this question. And the first, I would like to say that I will speak, of course, about our experiences from the last years in Poland, but I have the impression, and I see that it's not only the challenges in one country or 2, 3 countries. Now in Europe, in almost in all member states, we are facing almost the same challenges, the same threats, the same situation, and the autocracy and those who are leading the country to autocracy side, they're learning from each other. They are very more fast than pro-democratic side, and that's why such discussion as today, such meeting as today, and the work of the network ECF as well as many others, it's so important that we need to understand what happened, and we need to strategize together what to do and how to work effectively and then together. And I think so that's important is to say that democracy is not self-sustaining. Democracy is fragile, and democracy needs invest. As we have at the European level now a lot of discussion about the next budget for the EU, and the business are very present to express their attitude, their expectations about the next budget. But there are it's really not a lot of people who think that for civil society, we need to think about civil society also as the place where you have to invest, when you have to, of course, it's not only the discussion about the money, but about to change the perspective and to think that we need to think what resources we as a European Union, as a politicians, as society, what resources we would like to invest to our market, to our companies, to the competition among the markets, but also what we would like to invest to support civil society and to make them strong to act at the European level and also at the national level. And for sure we need the proactive and vigilant civil society, and also what was already said, I think so today or even yesterday, because we had the discussion yesterday with our General Assembly of the National Federation, and we discussed how important it is to have the citizens who understand what is civil society, what we are doing. We are civil society, but we are also the citizens. We decided to invest our time, our work to do, but what it means for citizens, how to explain them that the civil society is important and this is crucial even to save the rule of law, democracy for the future. And it's important to understand also that backsliding is possible everywhere. Now in Poland, somehow we have in a good moment that we are really started to work and to understand what is a crucial moment, and we heard from our colleagues about the war, about the conflicts all around Europe and in Europe and the war in the Ukraine. But this, I think so that it's good to say this is like a wave, you know, sometimes it's a bit better in some region, then it's happened one more time in the second region, it's changed. So we need to be really prepared and we need to learn. And now I have here a few points to say what we learned as Polish civil society from the last years. And I think so that we learned that the fast reaction is necessary and that we need civil society that were able to organize fast and react to changes introduced by those in power instantly. Because you know, building the institutions is a long process, but dismantling them does not. It's even in one night you can decide, or those who are in power can decide that something will change, even over the night. And we had such a situation even in Poland that the legislative changes were done overnight. We also need legal expertise, and this is a lesson that we use also today. And as it happens that some proposals are detrimental to civil society, and we need to react very quickly to stop and to protest. Even the last days we had such kind of the proposal to limit effective legal remedy for civil society. So it still is happening and we need to react, but to react we need the good legal expertise. The second thing is because changes were fast and one had to react fast within the sector, there was a strong shift to advocacy. And that days, a lot of NGOs, they understood that they need to do the advocacy. Even before, a lot of them, they were more like service providers. But then they understood that they have to be somehow engaged in the advocacy and adopt to the watchdog roles, somehow to say, as the civic space was shrinking and it was necessary there to react very quickly. We understood also that we need the collaboration, that we need to see each other, as we know, as we are working in civil society sector, and we know by name even sometimes because we are we are participating in the meeting like that, the discussion, the next panel. But those days we understood that we need to be in permanent contact, that we need to build a coalition. As we had limited resources, we need to share the resources among us. And it was something important. And even now we see how it was changed, as we still are in such kind of the collaboration manner, and we meet regularly in around many topics. A lesson learned from Poland case, it was also important to come to the grassroots, to meet not only in the biggest cities, but also at the rural areas. And we had such examples as through the Constitution, the women's strike. They were present at the really low level, sorry, to discuss with the citizens, to explain what is the Constitution, why it's so important, you know, to let them know what it will change for them in their life if we will not have, for example, the free courts. For some organizations, it was so important to develop legal expertise and litigation tools, especially for supporting Polish judges in bringing cases to domestic and international courts, and this is a case. And civil society were engaging EU institutions and did so very effectively. We had to learn where are the channels to be in touch with. I will finish just 3 points. To be where are the channels with the EU institution? How to use this channel? How to be effective? How to be in touch and to inform? Even probably you know about the rule of law report as we have, but you know it's 1 year, and then you realize after 1 year what happened 1 year ago. We understood that it's too long, because in 1 year you can destroy everything. It's so fast. So we understood that good channels are very needed. And we understood also how important are social movements, and a lot of social movements which were present on the street those days now are NGOs, but they started from the streets to mobilize the citizens who wanted to express their that they didn't want allowed to these changes we observed those days. And the last one, what I have already said, but I would like to repeat, because I think so that this is the most important lesson, that authoritarians are learning. They have their strategies. They are very fast. They are very sure of them somehow. And if we, as independent civil society standing for the rule of law, fundamental rights, rights for all, equality, we are not good organized. And I think so that the strategy, what we'll discuss today also, at the European level, and all of the institutions, they need to understand why we need to build the alliances. And it's not only the alliances between the institutions, as civil society could be treated as an institution and the European institution. We need to build the alliance as citizens, as all of us, we would like to have the democracy and the rule of law in our countries, in Europe. And this is so crucial to be more effective, more strong, and more collaborate more for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, that's not loud for me. So thank you, Karolina. And you know, since it is also a learning exercise, so I can assure you there will be space also for you, for your comments, and especially for sharing your knowledge with us, with others. So please be aware about that and prepare for that. there will be a space for that. I can assure you. But before, I wanted to address Ignacy Niemczycki for the starters. Now to hear a bit from the institutional side as well. What is your perspective? And since you've been involved on behalf of the Polish presidency in the European Union, you've been engaged in drafting the presidency conclusions on strengthening EU democratic resilience, for example. I wanted to ask you also to share with us what is your perspective, why it is, from your point of view, important that the EU member states collaborate in the work on securing democracy, rule of law, and civil society. Why it is important, and what can be done even further in order to support these causes.
Right. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much for having me. So maybe I'll share just a few thoughts about the Polish presidency and the whole process of adopting the conclusions. First of all, let me say that we've put quite an effort into promoting the very idea of civil society during the Polish presidency. There was quite a number of different events, high-level events, working-level events, etc. So we really had quite a large number of meetings. And the cherry on the top of the cake was supposed to be the Council conclusions. As you probably know, in some regards we failed because Hungary and Slovakia blocked the conclusions, but we do have presidency conclusions supported by the 25 member states. So let me just tell you quickly about the conclusions. We focused on fighting disinformation, including FIMI, and here really the tough discussion was, do we only focus on external interference, or do we also deal with internal disinformation? And here obviously the question of protecting freedom of speech was mentioned. So that was for me, that was surprisingly difficult discussion. Then we mentioned online platforms in the conclusions as well. Independent media and support for independent media. What I'm really happy to see in the conclusions, the part on education. So you'll find media literacy mentioned there. And obviously things like rule of law, fighting corruption, but also falsification and manipulation of history. So generally speaking, the approach was that we take this whole of society, whole of government approach. We mention a lot of things because it's not just one issue that we should be focusing on. We also were trying, as the presidency, to push a bit the language on financing, but this has proven to be quite difficult. And a number of member states said, let's stop here because we'll be having MFF negotiations. But I think to some extent we did send a strong signal with the conclusions. I'm quite happy that we tried. Right now, I think that the role of the EU is really to ensure two things, I would say. One is build trust, and try and build trust. What we see now happening in the European Parliament and the attitude towards civil society organizations is very surprising, I would say, and very, very worrying. So I'm really hoping the European Commission will change this tendency. So one thing is helping rebuild trust. The second is obviously financing. And we very well know from the Polish example, from the Polish case, that we do need financing that is independent from national governments. But at the same time, if you look at some of the instruments like the CERF fund, most of those funds go to rather big organizations, and most of those funds go to member states or organizations from member states in the West. So we need some balance in that as well. And this will be even more important given the withdrawal of US aid. So even more challenges coming. So let me just stop here because I could probably talk for an hour. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much also for drafting some of the activities that can be and should be taken by the Commission. Also for mentioning the freeze of US aid funding, which was causing also some issues, let's say so, in this country as well, and several others. With this, maybe I would now ask to step into Ms. Ingrid Belander-Todino. It was already mentioned in the introductory part that the Commission has already launched the consultations of the European Civil Society Strategy last Friday, actually. So in this respect, I wanted to ask you if you can elaborate a bit more about what are the ideas, actually. If you can reveal us a bit some information, what are the ideas and the tools that Commission would like or plans to launch in order to support civil society in the European Union.
Thank you, and good morning. Thank you, Philip. Thank you for inviting me, the Batory Foundation and the European Civic Forum, for this important conference. I'm really sorry that I can't make it to be there in person. I know it would have been so nice to celebrate the European Civic Forum's 20th anniversary, but unfortunately it is not possible for me. I think it's important, first of all, on the outset, to really thank you and all the members and organizations for being such an important partner in our work at the European level. The European Commission, as you know, we have engaged with you for now many years, and I would really like to thank you for pushing us hard. Alexandrina said it, you have pushed hard. Vera also mentioned the documents that you have prepared for us to consider, and you have insisted on why the Commission should recognize and support and protect the civic space. And I hope now we will be able to deliver some of those expectations this year. As you know, we are now preparing a civil society strategy because, as the Commission's president has set out already in the political guidelines, this will be a strong priority because of defending the EU values of democracy, fundamental rights, and rule of law. So this is urgent. We have already heard from the previous speakers why it's urgent, and the Commission aims to present a comprehensive and a strategic set of actions and principles that we should live by and implement, and also engage with member states as well, following the recommendation from December 2023 on civic engagement. So that is also part of this kind of following the policy development that we have been pursuing in the past years. So thank you so much, and that was just a brief introduction of recognition. So what will be the civil society strategy? I think the basic outset is to really recognize civil society's contribution to our democracies. It will take a kind of a whole of society approach to ensure that we have a thriving, enabling civic space where the organizations and the people working for the organizations are supported, protected, and also empowered to participate and provide your absolutely essential input in the decisions and the policies that are being taken at the EU level. This will have a scope. We have not really defined the scope yet, but I think it will be using the definition that we have used in past EU documents on the civil society organizations and human rights defenders. in the context of navigation of the shrinking civic space that has been recognized in previous documents, notably the 2022 report on the application of the Charter that was dedicated to the civic space. So as you have already mentioned, we launched the public consultation last week on Friday. It will be running until early September, enough time for as many as possible to provide the input on their views of what this strategy should contain. The call for evidence document that is being published together with the questionnaire sets out the basic outline of what we are thinking in terms of scope and the pillars of work that we will be addressing. But I will maybe outline a few of those ideas already here. We are, of course, based on the consultation and also a number of targeted consultations that we will have with key stakeholders, including the civil society organizations and the forum and your members. We will identify the gaps and how we will be able to address those gaps with concrete actions. But I would say it will be built around three main pillars. So it's the protection of the civic space, the support, and also the empowerment or the dialogue and the engagement with civil society. We have a very concrete expectation of a deliverable that is set out in Commissioner Macrath's mission letter, is to create a civil society platform which will ensure a more structured and regular dialogue between the Commission and civil society to ensure a direct involvement, as I said previously, a more regular and structured dialogue with decision makers in the setting of priorities and the policies being developed. This responds, of course, again, to previous calls from you and your members and other CSOs for having this dedicated dialogue on specifically EU values like democracy, rule of law, and fundamental rights. So we are, of course, still thinking about how that could concretely be set up. But as I said, it will be framed around a regular consultation on topics that are relevant to EU values as a minimum. Whether it goes beyond that as well, we will have to see if that's feasible. But the core objective of this platform will be to have this regular dialogue on so-called EU values topics. So we have also, of course, the big question mark is, of course, the funding. The next proposals for the Multiannual Financial Framework, the MFF, will come out in July, which is well timed because that means that we will know when we propose the strategy and prepare the strategy, what actually are the money available. I will not be able to give you any spoilers here because I have no idea about any amounts, but what I can tell you is that we are pushing from our side, from DG Justice and our Commissioner, to continue in some way the SERVE program to have a dedicated funding strand on EU values, to be able to continue fund and support civil society organization to with the aim of this enabling environment for CSOs and human rights defenders to work. So that is, I can promise you, a very strong objective from our side when we are now, I'm not personally, but when the negotiations are ongoing internally on the MFF. So I hope that will result in a positive outcome that we will see in July. But that would be, of course, the continuation of the current SERVE program, the Citizens, Equality, Rights and Values program, and the Justice program, which have dedicated under SERVE around 1.5 billion euros dedicated to promoting and supporting actions on democracy, equality, fundamental rights, rule of law within the EU. That is very small compared to other big funding streams, of course, but it's the first time we had such a budget for this particular objective, and it has also been a success because we have been able also through some innovative funding mechanisms like cascading grants to grassroots civil society organizations through intermediaries, for example, being able to reach also more CSOs and also smaller local ones. The calls for proposals are still running until 27, so we still have some time under this current program. So I really, again, encourage you always to look at the calls for proposals that are being published and to apply. Because indeed, I think you're right, the previous speaker, that we need to reach out more towards the Eastern European communities and the organizations. And we need to be able to also plug the gaps that are unfortunately being a reality in many countries there. But it requires proposals from organizations to be able to fund, because we don't have any geographic quotas or anything. We really need to have good proposals. We have also, just to finish on the MFF, we also thank you very much for your contributions to the dedicated public consultation and the letters being sent on the MFF, the future, which will of course be very important in moving forward in the defining on what the new proposals will look like. Just finally, because you also asked me what are the other strands of work that the Commission is undertaking right now that will be able to address challenges for the civic space and how we defend our democracy. I would like to mention the Democracy Shield, that is also an initiative that is coming in parallel together with the civil society strategy. It will be really based on democracy, obviously as a fundamental value of the EU, together with the respect of rule of law and the fundamental rights. Free and fair elections is at the core of the European democracy, and we have the civil society organizations being a part of that ecosystem, so to speak, to ensure that we can promote, strengthen, and protect our democracies. So the Democracy Shield will constitute a strategic approach to safeguarding and strengthening democracy in the EU, to reinforce public trust in democracy and democratic institutions. And it will also be underpinned by concrete initiatives. The public consultation for the Shield was conducted until the end of May. And the Commission is now looking at the results of that consultation, and is also, of course, having targeted consultations with stakeholders. Civil society organizations play, of course, an essential role in this work, and the engagement is also strong from my colleagues in another unit working on this initiative. And then finally, to kind of close this three-pillar approach in the work that we're doing in DG Justice, is obviously the rule of law mechanism, the work on the rule of law report, where civil society is a key component on the pillar on the checks and balances. The report will now come out in July, as usual. And also I pass on the message from my colleagues working on the rule of law to thank you also for your really valuable input into that process. So just to conclude, as you know, these are only a few of the steps and initiatives that are being taken. There are also many other work strands in other DGs and other policy areas, but these are the closest to my work. That has been built over many years But I fully agree with all the previous speakers. I've been listening through the whole morning that it's really, really urgent now to respond in a strategic and comprehensive way to defend our common values of fundamental rights, the rule of law and democracy, where the civil society really play an absolutely key role. We could not do this without you. We need to reach at all the levels of society, and I fully agree that we need to engage together with people living in Europe to the local level and try to really pass the message, even in the most difficult times, that we need to stand for our values, and we need to give that alternative voice than just moving into polarization and populism. So you can count on at least my team and my colleagues here in DG Justice. We are really working to make this happen, and I hope that we can live up to your expectations, and we rely on your input for this work. So really have a look at the consultation, engage with the targeted work that we are doing together with you, and I really thank you a lot for being such a constructive and nice partners in this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ingrid. Maybe I can tell on behalf of the participants that we are also very happy having very good partners on the side of the Commission, and being able to hear that you understand the civil society needs, and you show the willingness to contribute to supporting civil society to flourish. Maybe I would just underline two things that you mentioned that I think are very, very important. First of all, it was very nice to hear that there is a plan to, of course, to keep SERV program. European Civic Forum has prepared a letter to the leaders of the EU institutions asking not only to keep it, but even to extend it, as the issues to be addressed are growing constantly. And secondly, also the European civil society strategy. It's been already mentioned, and I can already recall the call of Eva Kulik to all of you to take part in the consultations. If you are looking for some ideas, what can be written there. There is a booklet that was prepared by a group of civil society organizations from the Central Eastern Europe. It's this one, prepared in Polish and English. It can be taken from outside of the conference room, but it's also available online, so please feel free to use it and to take it with you, or just make a photo and check it online if you don't want to take it with you to your homes. Okay, with that, we still have around 25 minutes for the discussion or for the comments. So if any of you now would like to take the floor, and maybe, I don't know, whether you would, I already see some first hands. So yes, if you have something to add, or maybe to comment, or you have a question to anyone from the panel, please, now the space is for you. Okay, so I will start with Vera, and then we'll go there. Okay, and if you may just tell who you are and try to be brief. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I can skip the intro. I would like to make some comments and questions to both Ingrid and Mr. Niemski. Of course, we are very happy to... Okay, sorry. So we are very happy and welcome that work on the European Civil Society Strategy has started. And I very much agree with you that the definition or the scope is really a key issue. But I'm afraid it might be a bit more complicated in a sense of, I mean, for many of us, the definition of civil society might be self-evident. But unfortunately, if we go into the details, it may not be so. So we really should think together how we define civil society for the purposes of the strategy. Do we want to include the organizations that we call NGOs, the government-organized NGOs? What do we do with the, let's say, the borderline cases or the sidelines? So I think having a good definition will be a bit longer work and needs to be very carefully considered. My other comment is on the timeline. You, Ingrid, said that it's fortunate that the first draft of the MFF will be published in July, and then we will see what is there money for. I know it's not you, but to me the logic would be the other way around. First we define what we want to do, for example in the strategy, and then we see how we can find the sources, the funding for that. So this is just to say that although we are very happy to and we think that the strategy should be developed in a participatory manner, we should somehow speed up the work so as not to be faced with the ready situation or a done situation when we see that there is only very little money or no money available. And last but not least, on the SURF program, Mr. Niemski, you had a comment on how EU funding is biased towards Western European and bigger organizations. To some extent you are right, and 5 years ago you would have been absolutely right. Fortunately, I think it changed a bit. There is still this bias, but for example, with the Union Values strand in the SURF program, which is funding for organizations that can act as intermediaries to distribute EU funding to smaller local regional organizations in their countries, was a very good move or a very good development, which helped counteract this bias that you were talking about. And like my organization or the Batory Foundation and others in Central and Eastern Europe are acting very as such intermediaries. And in our program, for example, we supported about 150 small civil society activities and programs in Hungary. So just to say that there are developments, fortunately. So the situation is not as bad as used to be. So thank you very much. And maybe just because this booklet was mentioned, just to specify that it was developed in the scope of the Reclaim or Civic Space project led by my foundation in cooperation with many organizations here and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vera, also for the constructive, as always, suggestions. So maybe we can collect at least one more, yes, voices, and then we'll react. Okay, so I will just move there.
Anna Duniewicz, our Ombudsman Initiative. It's a coalition of some 150 organizations cooperating with the Ombudsman for Human Rights, the Commissioner for Human Rights. I've got two questions to Mr. Niemczycki, if I may. How relevant in real terms is the Ministry for Civil Society within the government, in all honesty? And the second one, because you mentioned also this worrying attitude of the European Commission towards the civil society. And I'm wondering what the attitude is of the Polish government, in all honesty, towards the civil society that pinned such high hopes on this government to deliver. And the second question, I've got actually four, but I'll limit myself to two. So because we were so active in the campaign Elections Accessible to All, that focused on the accessibility of the whole electoral process to persons with disabilities, including meetings, rallies with political candidates, and also the very accessibility of the polling stations. And we were completely, in all honesty, dissatisfied with what the candidates did, and all the candidates. So there were no sign interpretations, for example, sign interpreters present during political debates and so on. are you and is the government ready to notice this large part of the Polish population? The figures are quite high. It is 200,000 Polish citizens who had no access to, for example, political debates during the elections. And with the new press secretary appointed that we are waiting for, the press secretary for the government, are you willing to make the messages more better accessible to this part of the Polish population? Maybe if time allows, I'll later on ask 2 more questions, but these 2 are super relevant to me. So if you could kindly answer, I would be much grateful.
Yes.
And just to build on one more citation, if people feel left behind, they no longer trust in institutions. And this is the quotation from Ms. Aleksandrina Najmowicz that I'm super grateful for. So if you could please answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ania. So I have 2 more, okay, and then we will come back to the panel. So there is Hanna Surmats here.
Yes, thank you very much. Hanna Surmats from Philea. Just a quick question also to Mr. Niemczycki. I'm not sure I pronounce it correctly. I'm sorry. Because of your recommendations, important recommendations from the Polish presidency, how will you ensure that the Danish are picking up and are really promoting this, and are you already engaging in conversations there? And the second one is that we heard that civil society needs an enabling environment to work, and there have been some important files also during the Polish presidency discussed, such as the European Cross-Border Association, and we understand there are some stumbling blocks, but were you able to make some progress, and what are your views on that file in particular, and the important work on enabling the space for civil society concretely? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you just can pass the mic to Ewa Kulik.
Ewa Kulik-Bielińska, Fundacja Batorego. I'm not going to talk about money because our second panel is about it. I wanted to really congratulate and appreciate enormous work that the team led by Mr. Niemczycki did. Because when you read these conclusions, unfortunately only the conclusions of Polish presidency, signed by 25 countries, not 27, you find really all these elements that you would like to have. And emphasizing the role and the importance of civil society in supporting democracy, democracy and equality and solidarity, and name it, in the EU. And also, I mean, there is everything. It's not a long document. You have 21 elements of it, and it sounds like, 21 postulates of solidarity, Gdańsk, August 1980. And I just wanted to quote one that, what it does, it emphasizes the importance of supporting civil society organizations in the promotion and the protection of the values and rights enshrined in Article 7. Second, it emphasizes that ensuring adequate financing for civil society organizations and human rights defenders remain an essential element of system of check and balances, etc. And then the third one, which I think is also important in the context of what we are saying, emphasizes the importance of a continuous and active engagement in an open and transparent dialogue with civil society organizations and human rights defenders, taking into account their expertise in the process of policy making. So this is basically what I wanted to say. 25 member states signed it. And now we are saying that, in the EU, there is this attitude towards civil society organizations underlined with some distrust. And this is something we have to really try to face and try to find out why is it so. And maybe there is, it's my feeling, there is a misunderstanding between civil society and using by some crooks whom you can find everywhere, also in the European Parliament, or like ex-members of the European Parliament, who are using the legal form of the civil society organization instead of using any other legal form to exert some, illegal influence and basically corrupt corrupt the system. And you cannot think about the way to, introduce legislators thinking only about crooks, because you will always find some crooks. There is no perfect law that the crooks would not, try to break or omit. So we really have to somehow, talking about, Vera, what you are saying, definition of civil society. I mean, there is a definition of civil society. You have to have in mind that apart from the civil society, you have also different entities that are pretending to be the civil society organizations, and you would not eliminate it in finding out some, golden means to describe something and basically, with some words to be able to somehow confront the situation. We have to talk to the policymakers. The civil society organizations are really fundamental for defending democracy. With democracy resilience, with democracy shield, European democratic shield, democracy shield just mentioned. Again, you cannot defend democracy without the active citizens, active civil society. So here we have to somehow make them aware that there are legal forms and there is, lively, vibrant civil society, and this is something different.
Okay, thank you very much. So, if we just may now try to address those questions. There were many issues, I am aware about that. Some of them were questions, some of them were remarks or like even ideas. Most of them probably related to our guests from the institutions. We could expect it, yes. But also, I would like also other participants of the panel to address whatever issue you find that you are feeling to. I don't know who would like to start. Also, Ingrid, also please feel free to take the floor if you would like to, even if you would like to do this as a first one. But I mean, no pressure.
Yeah, I can start. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I think that the definition is indeed a very tricky issue. I think we are clear what we mean by civil society organizations, and I share Vera's views, and we have in the public consultation explanation have already provided the definition, the working definition that we are using. I don't have the text in front of me, but I would say it's aligning with what you said. There's, of course, a broader context if you look at more of a service provision CSO. So we have to discuss also what does that mean. In terms of the timing, indeed, ideally, we should have had this strategy and then we have an amount and we will know exactly what we ask for, but that is not how it works. The MFF proposals will be the regulations setting out the big programs, and we're not going to have earmarked for every individual priority there. So within that envelope, we will see how we can share the amounts that are available based on political priorities. And then I must say that given a very complex task of preparing a civil society strategy, it would have been impossible to do that before July. So we will come out with this strategy by the end of this year and in the autumn. I don't know, I don't have a date yet, but it will be the second part of the autumn, probably. So I think that was the questions that were directly asked to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much also for the answers. Ignacy Niemczycki, maybe?
Yeah, I think that's me mostly. First of all, thank you, Eva, for the kind words on the conclusions, and I also want to thank the whole team and all the people involved and work on the conclusions. The first distribution of funds and serve. So I'm basing my opinions on the report by, I think, Visegrad Insight. But I'm happy to hear that things are improving. Then on Denmark and work with the next presidency. So it's a usual process of handing over files, obviously. But where I think the Danish presidency will have most of an impact is the MFF negotiations. The role of the presidency, well, to some extent, it's limited in the MFF negotiations. It's very much the European Council thing, but still, I'm hoping they will put emphasis on issues related to civil society, and that's also the message we are sending. And then there were some questions about the internal workings of the Polish government. Well, I work for the PM, but I'm not the PM, so I'm not probably able to answer all of your questions. The position of the Minister for Civil Society, well, I think compared to other European member states, it's a positive development that we do have such a minister, and also she's overseeing a significant budget of the Narodowy Instytut Wolności, so she also has the tools to deliver on the policies. And just recently we had this case where there was this unfortunate idea at the Ministry of Justice to limit civil society organizations' access to in some court proceedings, and there was a very, I would say, harsh reaction from Minister Porowska, and there was a clear effect. So maybe that's the testament to her position in the government. Then I didn't say that there's a negative opinion of CSOs in the European Commission. I meant the European Parliament, and this is something that your folks have been telling me, that the mood has shifted in the European Parliament. So I'm just repeating what I hear from you, honestly, and because I trust you, I keep on repeating that. Probably you know more about that than I do. Then thank you for raising the issues of accessibility during the campaign. And here maybe I'll just take my government hat off and put my party hat on. So I do remember being present at a couple of political events of Marszałek Hołownia, and I do remember sign interpretation being there. I'm not sure if it was there at all the events, but out of the few I was present at, I do remember most of them had sign interpretation. But I'm sorry, I'm not responsible for this in the government, so it's very probable that you are right, but I simply don't have the data. Then there was also a very precise question on the other issues, legislative issues that are already being discussed in the council, like cross-border, etc. Honestly, I'm not following that. I focused on the council conclusions on democratic resilience. That was my goal. I thought this is the priority. So I mean, probably I would need to check with the team to say a bit more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Also for covering comprehensively all the issues. So Karolina and Aleksandrina, would you like to add anything?
Yes, I can add just very important thing that what already started, this idea of the civil presidency and our role as civil society during the next presidency. And we heard from Mr. Niemczycki that now the Danish will somehow take this conclusion and will do what they will decide to do. But we are civil society, and I think so that is our strongness, is our force to present our role as important, to present our links we have and our ideas we have together, and to pass, even we did it last year when we met with colleagues from the Danish and Cypriot during the OFIP, the National Forum of Initiative, And I think so that today we'll have the opportunity also because we have the colleagues from Danish presidency here, and from Irish also, the next one. Yes, to pass the message, as we as civil society, we need to be treated as a serious partner, and there we are ready to work together with the institutions.
Okay, thank you. So next discussion like that in Copenhagen, probably, or somewhere outside, but we will hear about that later on. Alessandrina?
Yes, I think I had a specific ask to elaborate on the idea that when people, when their basic needs are not satisfied and they are left behind, they lose trust in institutions and in democracy. Well, I think we are experimenting this, and you are experimenting this on the ground every day in your interactions with the people you work with, and particularly those of you that are working with the so-called vulnerable groups, or most disadvantaged, or the groups that have the most hard times in accessing their rights, and sometimes even having a decent life and being recognized as such. So this is really a reality, and it's somehow each crisis actually, you know, we've been talking about crises since decades, and victim of the economic crisis was social security, social safety nets policies. Then we didn't have the time to redress because COVID crisis came. There was a little bit of awakening during COVID times to get back to the essentials, to the roots, to what really represents the basic security, which in the first place is social security, to feel safe in the community, to feel safe in our own lives, in the sense that we are able to cope with our lives. And I think the biggest threat to democracy is the fact that in Europe, one of the biggest economic spaces in the world, we have nearly one quarter of the population living in poverty or being exposed high risk to poverty. What does this tell about our democracy? It says that democracy failed those people. And our institutions that are in charge of the policies that need to keep democracy alive failed. Our role as civil society is to draw these alarms and to alert the institutions, and we are obviously not nice when we are doing it, because it's something which is not nice to hear, but I think we should be valued in this role, because if we don't learn this lesson in a few, not even decades, probably it's a matter of years. I don't want to be fear mongering here, but I'm Romanian, and the Romanian in me is speaking this. If we only want to defend democracy from those that are threatening it with disinformation, and we don't tackle the root causes, in a while the only way to safeguard democracy will be to cancel it. Do we want to reach that point? So I really think that we need to wake up and to learn these lessons, that when people feel that they are left behind, that the policies do not include them, that they cannot make ends meet, basically, then they are very vulnerable to these kind of exclusionary policies that anyway they feel in competition for access to their basic rights anyway, so they will feel that they will be better off out of this competition if someone is excluded, and usually that someone is a newcomer, is an immigrant, is the one that can be defined by this closed community as other. And we've been seeing this happening everywhere. This is the biggest threat to democracy, and it's also the biggest threat to civic space, because then all of us that are defending against this narrative of othering people, we are defending togetherness and equality, we are then attacked and delegitimized more and more. So yes, we really hope that the conclusions of the Polish presidency will be strongly taken up. I think we've seen some strong conclusions in the last years coming from some presidencies. I'm thinking of also about the Swedish presidency, the Belgian presidency. So from the Council, there's more and more hope also coming. So I really hope that this will be able to create some kind of dynamic despite some blocking minorities that we see, and that together we will be able to safeguard our democracy from within, looking at the root causes of what makes people disaffect with the policies and the democracy.
Okay, thank you very much, Sandrina, for the strong message, but also presenting our commitment to further work in order to counteract all the challenges. Okay, so I can see that we still might have 2-3 more minutes. If there is anyone eager, I can see one hand being raised. So maybe if we can take one more question.
Thank you. Magda Jakubowska, Visegrad Insight Respublika Foundation. Thank you, Minister Niemczycki, for mentioning our report on shielding European democracy. This has been almost a year ago that it was edited. It's updated and will be out soon, so keep eye on this. But I wanted to ask a question: how we as community, as civil society, but also as governments and the EU Commission can prove or future-proof for backsliding and limiting equal access to funds for civil society in countries that are now at risk are continuing with different legal proceedings that are disallowing their civil society to grow, to have access to funding. What I mean is this foreign agent law in Hungary, coming over soon in Slovakia. What steps should be taken? How maybe we can limit those rights and aggressively be opposing as international community, as international organizations, for these things not to happen in our own EU.
Okay, thank you very much. So I suggest that we will close the questions because the coffee is already waiting, but it was very important point to be addressed. So maybe if we can try. Yes, we don't have probably enough time, but at least show some ideas what can or what should be done. If there are any ideas, I don't know, within the institutions, or yes, Ignacy Niemczycki, please.
Well, there's actually one thing I wanted to mention earlier, but I forgot, so thank you for reminding me, is the rule of law conditionality. So that's actually one of the instruments that has proven to be really effective. Some people hate it, but for good reasons. So if you ask me about things like that, I think in the next budget we should have rule of law conditionality. It will be super difficult to have that mechanism in place for the next 7 years, because by now the member states concerned already know what are the consequences, and on MFF we need unanimity.
So I will add very quickly that we need such kind of the possibilities as European Cross-Border Association, for example. The state it will allow NGOs to start to operate in the other country if they are limited or blocked in the country. So I think so that it could be some idea, and we are standing for as ECF and civil society groups to have it.
It's being drafted, yes, within the parliament.
Yes, maybe on the foreign agents legislation that we are seeing popping up a little bit all across Europe, not only in Eastern European, but even in Western democracies. This is really a trend, and this is really one of the forms that the institutionalized suspicion I was talking about takes recently. The danger I see, and it's well known that at the European level civil society has been mobilizing against the European Union Defense of Democracy Pact, well, not against the pact itself as in general, but against a specific measure inside this pact, a directive tackling foreign interference, which in the way it was formulated at least, bears a high risk to even contribute to delegitimize further civil society, because it will be instrumentalized by exactly those governments that already institutionalized suspicion. So I think we really need to be very careful. As I said, how do we defend democracy? We really need to draw a line and to be very careful that we don't sacrifice our freedoms and we don't sacrifice those who stand up for those freedoms while wanting to defend democracy. These tensions are more and more, and we need the institutions to be aware and to tackle them with intelligence.
Okay, thank you, Anastasia. Ingrid, would you like to add anything to that, what have been said? And to
Yeah, I don't know if I'm shown on the screen, but I'm
yes, you are.
Okay. Yes, you have mentioned the conditionalities. I think that has shown effects. Also, not only the rule of law conditionality, but also the Charter horizontal enabling conditions that has put pressure on some countries on receiving structural funds and not if they have not respected the Charter. And we have examples where that has been quite effective. So that is indeed a very strong tool that we also try to maintain in the future MFF, although, as you said, it will be tricky because of the adoption rules of the regulations. Another thing that I would have to mention, of course, is the enforcement of the Charter and EU law through infringements. Every time any of those spectacular violations of the Charter pop up, we know where the Commission immediately start analyzing if there's EU law involved that could be used as a so-called a hook to be able to bring an infringement case against a country that is violating the Charter. But the way the Charter is constructed, it applies to EU member states only when they are implementing EU law. So it's not always that self-evident how to find that connection. But I can really assure you that we are very strongly working every time on all fronts when things are happening. It does not always result in an infringement case, but the Commission is quite serious about those things. And then, of course, the more political peer pressure, so to speak, through the rule of law mechanism, the European semester also, the RRF, the RRP, there are mechanisms that try to really correct issues that are, of course, not legally binding, but there are strong political push through the recommendations that can be made and the monitoring itself. So there are many tools, but of course it's not very easy to address problems when they arise, but it's definitely something that we are focusing a lot our time on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ingrid, also for showing the complexity of this issue, but also like your commitment, the Commission commitment to answer. Okay, maybe it was a bit, we a bit more negative at the end, but probably that's the reality. But I also wanted to tell that we are actually not finishing this discussion. We are just breaking for the coffee right now, and we will continue our meeting, our discussions 11:30 with, I'm sure, a lot of more positive also ideas, what can be done and how civil society can be supported also financially. But before, of course, the coffee, yes, we will again meet here 11:30. But before we will go there, please join me with applauding our great panel. So thank you very much for being with us. So we all, thank you. Okay, so see you 11:30.
I'm very happy to be here with a distinguished panel to this. Yes. To discuss the importance of supporting civil society in this very critical moment to strengthen democracy and the rule of law. We have heard in the previous inputs how difficult and challenging this time is. We see really violent attacks on our democracy, rule of law, and those that defend it. At the same time, we are not unprepared. Civil society has been coordinating in the past years, getting prepared. We have put a lot of seeds in institutions, also in the society. And while, of course, we see, we fear for the future, we also need to remind ourselves the hope that lies in the action, and I hope that with this panel we can harvest some of the lessons and all the discussions that we had in previous years to think about the future. As we said before, the ECF, on behalf of 330 plus organizations, has sent a letter to the leadership of the European institutions, calling on them to really make a commitment to democracy, a commitment to civil society in the next MFF. And I smile when I think that politicians often tell us that as civil society we should not be asking for money. And I want to challenge a little bit this framing and turn the question around, which is, if we are not funding civil society, if we are not funding our values, are we saying that this is not our priority? So today we have, as said, a very distinguished panel. We have with us Monica Sicora, Under Secretary of State, for the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy. We have Ingrid Schullerud, Special Representative for Democracy and the Rule of Law in the MFA of Norway. We have Anna Surmats, Head of Policy for Filea. Eva Kulik from Stefan Batory Foundation. And finally, Waltraud Heller, lead on civic space and human rights defenders in the Fundamental Rights Agency. So we have with us many allies that we made during these years, discussing how donors are stepping up at this moment and what more can be done, also taking advantage of the momentum that we see with the MFF, the civil society strategy, the democracy shield, and so on. So I will start. I will do two rounds of questions, and I will start with Ms. Sicora. Yes, maybe it makes sense to start with Val, actually. Apologies. When we think about funding for civil society, what are the big headings that we should have in mind?
Thank you. And I think we have a lot of expertise on this panel, and there are different aspects to funding. And so the Fundamental Rights Agency, we have worked on civic space for almost 10 years now, and one of the issues we are looking at is funding. And so over the years, we tried to unpack, always in conversation, what does it mean? And for the purpose of our discussion, I would like to suggest 5 headings that I also want to come back at the end and see what of these aspects we covered. The first is what you said, Jada. Always so, we need funding. But this is very unspecific, let's say, because it's like we need amounts of funding to do some work. And I think what's really, really important is to unpack that. to say it's not about the amounts, it's also about the purpose. What are we doing with this funding? It's very, very different whether you ask for funding to provide services on behalf of a state, or whether you do advocacy or human rights and democracy education. And in this context, I think it's also very tricky that we use the narrative of civil society funding, or funding for civil society. Very often it's not funding for civil society. Very often it's funding for stuff that the state should be doing and that someone is doing, and mostly civil society and some other service providers. So I think it's very important to take that apart, the amounts of funding, the purpose of the funding, and what is actually being funded. Service provision, advocacy, capacity building for organizations. That is really funding for civil society. Also the recent funding cuts, etc. We can go into detail maybe later. The second point is how is the funding being done? And of course, when we say how is civil society, it's always around the bureaucracy of funding. But the how is also more than the bureaucracy. It's also, for example, how long are the funding cycles? How likely is it that after a successful short project, you will get more funding? Because that has an impact on contracts for staff, on the job employment safety in the sector, but more importantly, even on the sustainability of projects. So in the how, there is a lot. There is also the how are funding programs even developed? Is there any consultation, or is there maybe co-creation, which hardly ever happens? And also the dynamics between donors and grantees, which I think are not often enough sort of spoken about and considered. The point 3 is the funding pressures, which is again different. We've heard some this morning. The foreign funding, foreign agent laws is one very obvious pressure. But there are less obvious pressures. It's, for example, in excessive administrative controls, or in quite a number of countries, public funding excludes political activity of organizations. But how do you define political activity? Is it only party political, or is it anything that is related with advocacy? And that's currently one of the discussions in the European Parliament. And that is a very strong pressure, actually. And the problem with this is that it also creates a chilling effect, such conversations. Yeah. And related with these pressures is the narrative. How, and there we come also back to the purpose of the funding, how is civil society perceived? How is the importance of civil society for democracy, for human rights acknowledged in the first place? And here I think we all need to think harder of how we also frame our messages. Someone said in the morning, it's an investment. Funding to civil society is an investment in democracy. We hardly use that language. By the way, the Fundamental Rights Agency, we did a paper for the European Commission on the Multiannual Financial Framework, where we tried to start arguing in this way. If anyone is interested, I can send it to you. It's not yet public. But it's about investing in democratic resilience, investing in societal resilience. Maybe we don't like the narrative and the language, but the current language is on defense. How can we make that link? The fourth point is on coordination, the need for coordination among donors, the need for cooperation. Sorry, the narrative was already the fourth point. This was my last point for now. So 5 points. The amount of funding, the purpose, and what is being funded. Second point, how do we fund? Third point, the pressures. Fourth point, the narrative. And fifth point, the need for coordination.
Thank you so much for framing the conversation and for reminding us that we need to stay focused on the purpose for which the funding is being deployed. So, Ms. Sikora, thank you so much for joining us. The first question I would like to ask you is, at what stage are we in the MFF, and what has the Polish EU presidency put on the table so far?
Thank you very much, and please allow me to start by saying I'm very happy to be here with you today. Thank you for the invitation. I think it's a very important discussion, and I would like to start by stating the obvious, that cohesion policy is in the very DNA of the EU project. And let's keep it in mind in any negotiations that may come, and it's crucial to stay close to the citizens, therefore civil society, and to make sure their very meaningful involvement at every stage. Design, implementation, programming, it's crucial. Otherwise, we can lose what we have built over those years. And I know sometimes we focus on other important things, such as competitiveness, but we have to be really careful not to throw a baby away with the bath. So this is my reflection. And of course, we are living in a very difficult times where we have war on the borders of the European Union for the first time in decades, and it's all very scary. And that's for the motto of the Polish presidency was also, of course, Security Europe, something we've been working on, but then we have to also keep in mind how we can support our citizens. And of course, the best way to do it is through civil society organizations and foundations. And it's very important. And of course, this partnership principle, it is a cornerstone of cohesion policy. And this is something we have been emphasizing throughout our presidency and many events, and I'm sure some of you have participated in discussions, but also in the Council conclusions on cohesion policy that were adopted under our presidency. Regarding the next MFF, were we quite close, as you were, to this final stage, yet much remains unknown. I can quote here one of the representatives of one of the member states who said he has never seen, he's never had so little information so close to the end of the process. I mean, I'm smiling, but it's of course not something to be happy about. We're close to the legislative publication, but we still don't know enough, and it's a very accurate observation. We, of course, have some general direction of changes. We know what are the directions. The Council, the Commission, the Parliament has recently adopted joint priorities, and the Commission published some still generic proposals for the new perspective, and the joint priorities were adopted in the declaration from 18th of March, so quite recent document that of course underlined many topics that are currently present in the debate, starting with what I mentioned, the security and defense aspects, preparedness and resilience, long-term competitiveness, comprehensive approach also to migration, border management, upward social convergence, and of course other issues such as climate change and nature and biodiversity protection, resilience of our democracy, and merit-based enlargement policy. So those are very ambitious and important priorities that are already reflected somehow in the Commission's proposal on a midterm review of the present cohesion policy that is now being negotiated by the Council. And of course, in order to adequately finance them in the next perspective, it's important to increase our efforts to mobilize sufficiently private and public funding, and to ensure that next MFF is adequate for the goals to be achieved, more targeted, more effective, simpler, flexible. And I think this is something what our presidency has been highlighted at all the stages of the negotiations.
The next EU budget also, we have to highlight, must balance new priorities, continue the green and digital transitions, address democratic changes, and also begin to repay next generation EU loans, something new. It will be about 25 to 30 billion annually starting as of 2028. So the needs are great and resources will be scarcer. As usual, something we also have to keep in mind for the next years to come. We also know the Commission's approach to the implementation of the new priorities in the next perspective is explained in the recent communications on the competitiveness compass and of course on the road up to the next MFF. They propose definitely significant simplification, increased efficiency and effectiveness of programs and policies financed from the EU funds in order to best use the limited budget resources. I think the work on more detailed solutions and debate on the proposals are still on the table, are still ongoing. So the ball, to say, is still in the game very much. Poland, as a country, has been presiding the Council over the last 6 months, really put a lot of effort and a lot of energy, not only to react to Commission's proposal, but to initiate discussions and talk about these difficult issues and propose new concepts, and we have involved many actors in this process. That has to also be, especially in this forum, highlighted. We have many consultations, and it's very important for us to do it at every stage, because for us as a country, it's very important, and it's kind of given that really cohesion policy should be based on these golden principles: shared management, multi-level governance, partnership principle, and territorial approach. And we were trying really to increase our efforts to counter these attempts to centralize it way more. And we have, I think, managed to some extent also to mobilize other countries. But we believe that really the significance of the region's citizens has to be still the core of cohesion policy, and the centralization can be quite a dangerous path to take. So yes, after many discussions, yes, I mentioned the coalition. So recent messages from the Commission indeed confirm that at least a part of our arguments has been taken into account. But of course, even after the presidency, we will continue to fight this fight, to continue this path, and try to convince other member states to this approach. And of course, yes, it is difficult at this stage to say what will be the final outcome of the decisions, but we're now significantly more optimistic or less pessimistic than at the beginning of the process. So to conclude, just let you know, on 6th of May, the public consultation of the next MFF was finalized, and we accept the proposal of the new budget in July, as I guess you already heard and you're very much aware. And soon after the legislative package for cohesion policy, we will continue this proposal with social and economic partners and civil society representatives during the preparation of the position of the government. So of course you are welcome to take part in those consultations, and we also count on further involvement of social economic partners, civil society representatives during the next perspective and throughout the design, implementation, monitoring and evaluation of cohesion policy. And I thank you for all your involvement so far.
Thank you so much. It's so great to hear so many of the principles that we have been reiterating over all these years being taken up, remembering that cohesion, rights, and civil society are the basis for strengthening democracy and also for security. Now I would like to go to Ms. Schulerud. Of course, the MFF is a very important tool for supporting the principles that of democracy, rule of law, and fundamental rights. But for many years, the Norway grants has been really, and particularly the Active Citizens Fund has been a key tool to support civil society independently from governments in face of shrinking civic space. So today we would like to hear from you what we can expect from the next generation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me. You know, Norway is not a member of the EU, but of course closely linked through the EEA agreement, Schengen agreement, and actually 100 agreements. So it's a full-time job just negotiating with the EU. But let me first congratulate the Polish EU Presidency for all your efforts. I will read carefully also the conclusions, but I see the language is very positive and very much in line with values that we hold high. And also I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate the Batory foundations for now being awarded the fund operator for the next period, together with the close allies in the consortium, the Shipyard Foundation, the Education for Democracy, and the Rural Development Foundation, which is a great consortium, also with the Norwegian NGO participating. And I hope that we will be able to get this fund operating soon, and so it can benefit civil society in Poland. Poland is the first country to roll out, and it's also the first country to sign the MOU, so the Norwegian and Norway grants, EA grants, will be active in Poland, and I'm sure it will be very well used. And we have a very good cooperation with the government on this, as well with the civil society. Okay, so what can I say? As a non-member of the EU, we still feel closely and we actively engage with the Commission on specifically civil society, because as you said, we have been for the last 20 years a big funder for civil society, and we have reflected a little bit how can it be that it's so important for us but not so important in the MFF. It's a paradox that we, as an outsider, we see the need. And we saw it already in 2004 and decided that we need to invest in civil society, but it hasn't been very prominent in the MFF. And of course the SERVE program was a big achievement, and now the discussion on the civil society strategy is a very important initiative. And we will work closely with our partners in civil society, and of course we hope that that civil society throughout Europe will engage both in the MFF and this discussion on the strategy. We can just share our experience, and I would like to do that in 3 minutes. First, as you said, well, that you know, it's not only about funding civil society, it's how we fund and what we fund. We decided very early that 10% of the agreement that we do with the EU on the funding shall be allocated to civil society. And that might be, you know, something to reflect upon in the MFF. Should there be a percentage? Not 10%, but maybe, you know, 1%, you know, everything would be. But at least we have an agreement with the EU where it said that 10% should be allocated to civil society. And that was a strategic choice from our side, but it's also been agreed with EU 27. So it sets an example that it's doable, and it's, it has been a very successful part of our funding. Many people will say it's the best investment we have done because it's very efficient and there are lots of results. In the new programming period, we have decided to focus more on the core values. So when we support civil society, we do it because we want to support the core values of European democracy. And as many have said, you know, everybody agreed that we need to invest more in security. We need to invest more in climate. We need to invest more in resilience. But then we also need to invest more in the values that are the basis for everything we want to defend. So I think we can make the argument, and we need to convince politicians and governments. But of course, all the discussion that we have about security, resilience, democracy shield, disinformation, all the new threats and challenges that we have been talking about, should reflect in more investments in core values. And you can do that by supporting civil society, but I think we also need to invest in civil education, in an open and diverse culture. I mean, there are many aspects to how to promote and defend democracy. But at least what we will do is to strengthen civil society funding. We will work closer with international organizations like Council of Europe, FRA, OECD, to monitor how governments are enabling the society, for civil society. So to create, we need to hold governments accountable. Because it's not only about supporting civil society, it's also about accountability. Are you actually doing a policy that enables civil society to thrive? And that is a key role for all international institutions in Europe, engaging in fundamental values. We will work also more across countries. We see the need to strengthen networks and organizations that work at the European level so that they can be a voice in Brussels and talk to the institutions. That is really a key point for us to support them in their work. And then, of course, we engage in programs on culture, education, justice reform, and we have signed a very, very, I think, comprehensive agreement with the Polish government, supporting a lot of other issues then. But also looking at how, not to make civil society a silo working by itself, but engaging in how can civil society engage with the government, with the local government, with business. To promote. But we depend, of course, on good ideas, and as a government, we will not produce the ideas. The good ideas comes from civil society. We just support them. Thank you.
Thank you. I took note of a phrase you said, how a percentage of the grants of the funding is allocated to civil society, and this is one of the best investments. We will use it in Brussels with the ahead of the or during the MFF negotiations.
You should
Yes. So public funding is crucial. But we also need a strong and vibrant philanthropy in Europe to support the civil society. Also because we see more and more, unfortunately, funding shifting away from civil society and the causes that we stand for. So now I turn to Hannah. Can you share a bit of the discussions that are happening among private donors on how to step up vis-à-vis this moment?
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Jada, and thank you for inviting me here. It's a really important moment to be here and also share the perspectives of the philanthropy sector. And I was also there last year when the Hungarian EU Civil Presidency took place, and I thought this was really a symbol and a sign of a very strong kind of civil society sector, very vibrant, stepping up and also in difficult conditions to make the case for the role of civil society. And here we are. We have now a European civil society strategy in the making and a European civil society platform, and we hopefully will get, I'm an optimist by nature, also an MFF that will provide significant funding for civil society and for the values, the purposes, democracy, rule of law, fundamental rights and civil society. as always, you come to a conference like this and you learn also new strategic ideas about the 10% ask, which we should certainly include, because if we ask for 10%, who knows, in the end we might get 5 or 2%. So that's something we should consider. Yes, and I'm just coming back, I'm representing Philea here, the Philanthropy Europe Association. We are a membership organizations with individual foundations as members, but also with the National Foundation Network. So I see the Polish Donors Forum here as well, and Batory Foundation, of course, and others being strong members of our community. And we're just coming back from Lisbon. We had our annual conference there. Over 800 foundations and philanthropic representatives were discussing. And one of the points I took from there was that there was much more awareness of the current situation, the crisis, and it was like also a wake-up call coming from that conference. And it was an important issue stated that it's important for foundations and philanthropy to think and to rethink and to strategize, but it's also very important to act. and that's something I took there. So how are donors responding? Of course, what type of funding do they give? Also picking up on Val's points here. Foundations are very diverse. We have around 180,000 foundations, some very small, some very local, and they're active in all different types of purposes and missions and activities. So far, the funding for democracy, rule of law, hasn't been a huge percentage. Foundations are, of course, bound by their statutes, by their mission, so they cannot shift easily. But they have been increasing the efforts, and they are aware of it, and there's more coming together and more actions of foundations involved around democracy. We have a democracy funders network. They came out recently with the guide also on which are the drivers of decline of democracy and what could foundations and philanthropic actors do. So that's important also guidance for foundations to reflect. How can they engage? What have they done? And how could they do better? And here it's important also, of course, to engage with other civil society actors, to engage with your partners and beneficiaries. And I think that's also in the context of the US ID kind of cuts and also other national funding cuts. Everybody's looking also at the foundations and philanthropy sector. But we have to be real. Foundations and philanthropy only have a certain set of amounts of resources. It is not endless. So we also need to make sure that we also mobilize more philanthropy. And we have also enabling frameworks to mobilize more philanthropy, more local philanthropy, and also more international philanthropy. So we have to make sure that for sustainable approaches, we need also really to make the philanthropy thrive. Now, what foundations have been doing in the current context of the wake-up call, I call it like that, is that they have been talking to beneficiaries and partners. They have been hearing to them, they have been listening. Some of them have committed to continue support. Some of them have committed also to do more emergency support, to also consider funding into the direction of capacity building and education. There is always demands on funding strategic litigation. This is sometimes complicated for foundations because not all the laws make it easy for them to do this, but we sense that this is definitely also an area where more action is needed. And we have also seen a shift in change of the attitude. So foundations are more willing to work in collaboration with others. They are also, to some extent, involving more participatory approaches. So they're willing to also, in their governance, include other actors and really understand better what are the needs on the ground and collaborate with others. And the collaboration can be with other foundations. We've seen Civitates, a pooled fund set up. I think Eva will pick up on this as well. And we've seen So we've seen also different ways of collaborating, sometimes with governments and certainly also with the European Commission, also with other public funds that are available. And we've seen also more donor dialogue in small steps approaching, but that's something also we've been hearing, that donors, be they public or philanthropic, they do not consult sufficiently and they do not exchange sufficiently. So that's an area where we also see a way forward to work more on this. And yeah, certainly we need also more kind of enabling space for civil societies. We are fully supporting the whole civil society strategy and the ask for it and the call for an enabling environment. So what we need is really a strong agenda on empowering facilitation also of cross-border philanthropy. We don't need foreign funding restrictions at the national or EU level. So we really need also an enabling environment for the sector and the wider civil society. And also the engagement and dialogue. And for I would say one of our final asks in our manifesto, which are our policy recommendations, is also a call to partner and to collaborate. And that's something where we sense, we come to that later, I guess, on the MFF, but that currently it doesn't open enough room for partnering and collaboration. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Hannah. We will come back on the MFF and also the framework because, of course, philanthropy really needs to be supported. Eva, I have the same question for you, and it's not by chance that I ask you a similar question regarding what the donors are doing and can do more, because unfortunately we see a reality where this aspect of accountability and governments are retracting from their responsibilities, and so civil society more and more is stepping up to fill these gaps, and more we need to look for private resources. So again, to you, I would like to hear how donors are approaching this question.
Thank you for the question. You know, when we talk about philanthropy, philanthropy is about private giving. It's about, people who want to support the causes that are bigger than them, that feel a responsibility towards the community and for the community and want to contribute. So when we talk about, the funding, and I perfectly agree with the classification that you made, but I will add to it also another element that is, not only what you want to fund, but do you want to make sure that in the reality you live, there are people who care about things that are not only private, but they feel responsibility for the community in which they live. And if you do, then how would you harness this energy to move forward? And interestingly enough, recently we got the newest research on the condition of the civil society in Poland, a cyclical research that is made by Colonial Association. And it showed something very interesting, meaning in the last 8 years, when some civil society organizations in Poland couldn't get funding from the public funds because the government that was in power at that time just channeled this money into a different direction. Let's say we didn't have the shrinking space for civil society, but certainly we had a shifting space for civil society. And the result is, what this research showed, that private giving is now 15% of the budget of the whole civil society sector, is the second highest after the local government funding. It's still less when you put to it also the third one, that is government funding, but still, 15%. Not bad, but not good. What is also interesting is that when you ask the organizations how much, whom they are, what are the sources of funding that they get, the highest is private funding. 60, if I don't want to, because I never can remember the ciphers, but it's around 60% or 65 even. And the problem is it's not a lot. It's 6,000 zloty, which is 1,200 euros. So that's the average what the organization gets. But what it shows that the civil society sector in Poland is ready to fundraise. Not only ready, it does fundraise, because if you don't ask, you are not getting money. Meaning, these organizations are really thinking about the way to get independent of the government funding. And in order to have, really healthy civil society, autonomous and strong and vibrant, it has to be independent. And in Scandinavia, it's a bit different. There people know that if you are getting funding from the government, doesn't mean that your mindset has to be not critical towards the government. The government is giving money exactly because they believe the media and the civil society are the guardians of democracy. They held us accountable. They are like this whistleblower who is saying first, be careful because something is going not proper direction. They need civil society, they need independent media. But unfortunately, in many other countries in Europe, and it's not only the Central Eastern Europe, all member states are not immune to this phenomenon. There is this feeling that if you give money to the organization, it should praise you. And it should not, be critical. It shouldn't take you accountable. And even if there is not something, said explicitly, many organizations are afraid that that's what's expected. And in Poland, you could see how this shifts. If you have the agency that is government agency that is giving money, then the most right-wing parties are in power. Then those organizations that they believe are alien to their agenda, that are not supporting their agenda, they are not, they are like, hostile to their ideology, they are being cut from funding. So what we need really the independent funding, and what we need really is to have a strategy, a long-term strategy that will enable this private funding coming to the public good. Mm-hmm. EU money in Poland, in the budget of the civil society sector, is only 7%. It's not huge, but it's very important. Especially for civil society organizations that are working on issues that are not, let's say, popular among the general public. It's also important because and this is how we met with Mal, sorry, not Mal, but Wall, 2017. When we started to advocate for the European Democracy Fund for civil society organizations in Poland. Kasia Batko was there in Vienna. Hungarian friends were there. That was the first time when we started to say that in order really to make sure that democracy is working in our countries, that the European values are rooted in our countries, we have to reach out to the grassroots organizations, so that not only the community in the provinces and small towns know that this bridge was built with EU funding, but also that the services provided by the organizations and the work that the organizations are doing for the community is coming from the European Union. This is the way to build the European identity. When you really see the visible sign, attachment, a link to the entity. It's not some, bureaucrat, some abstract body. This is, the way that you provide this link to something that is bigger than you. And here again, I believe it's extremely important to build this European identity through the cohesion funds. And I am sorry to say, I'm not so sure that this concept of cohesion funds is going to survive. I know that Poland is fighting for it, but we know that it's not yet decided how the European Commission would judge. But the cohesion funds in Poland, I would say it's another element of democratization of funding and establishing this attachment between the community that is getting money to the European Commission. Because through cohesion funds, people can relate to the European Union. They see what this money is doing in the community. And important thing is that this money is not being distributed through the central administration, but it's going through the regions. And only cohesion funds have something which is that other programs do not have, that is this principle of partnership. It's obligatory. It's obligatory in cohesion funds to consult, to involve the different social partners, social and civil partners, trade unions, employers associations, civil society organizations. I would say in Poland, this was exemplary, the way that the cohesion funds were being governed, because there are already in Poland probably more than 500 civil society organizations that are members of the monitoring committees of EU funding. They are there to make sure that this money is being distributed in a just and transparent and accountable way. They can alert, they can raise voice, and they do it. And also on the national level, we have the Committee for Partnership that consists of 100 people. Again, there is this algorithm that is dividing these committee members to social partners and civil society organizations. And we have the subcommittee. It's the only case in the 27 countries in the EU, the subcommittee for the development of partnership principle. And we are really hurt. Because if you are active and you really care about things, you work and you are heard. You cannot be ignored. And even under the Law and Justice Party, we were there. And we could change some things, like, for example, that we managed to organize the public hearing on the National Recovery Fund. And it was the only case in which we managed to introduce in the National Recovery Fund the monitoring committee. Mm-hmm. It didn't work as well as in the European funds, for sure, because it was introduced too late and at the very last moment. But yes, still it is there. So I stopped there. Probably I didn't talk so much about Civitatis. This is something I have to say because we were talking with Hannah, who's going to talk about Civitatis, and I said, it's my baby. It's me who has to say that. Yeah, and here the three of you, or even four, said about the need for collaboration. Collaboration and cooperation, I mean, is a new, I would say, new buzzword. But it's not a buzzword, I think it's a necessity. We need collaboration and cooperation on every single level. We need it as the civil society organizations because there will never be enough money to share it with everybody. Also, these 8 years when we were under pressure of the civil society organizations here, we discovered how important it is to cooperate, to work in the networks and collaboration as organization, to share resources that are never many of them, at that time there were very few, to also split and divide tasks so that we will not duplicate what others are doing because there is no enough time and not enough hands and minds to care about everything. And also to enforce your legitimacy and credibility. And the legitimacy and credibility of the cause you are fighting for. Because if it's not only one organization, but a dozen or 2 dozens, then it really amplifies the voice and gives the credibility to the cause. And it's the same with the funders. There's no enough funding for the causes. So the funders also, when they collaborate, they pooled resources as Civitatis did. Civitatis is the Fund for Solidarity and Democracy in Europe. That's how it was originally called. And it was the fund that was established in Warsaw during the annual conference of the European Civic Forum, now Filia, and out of solidarity with Hungarian friends, with Hungarian civil society that was under attack. And we knew already there that Hungarian civil society is the first one, but in civil society in other countries is going to be the second. If we do not help them, if we do not show solidarity with them, then we will be next. And also it was out of solidarity among the funders, because the one funder that was singled out in Hungary was, of course, George Soros, who set up Open Society Foundations, and also was a founder of Batory Foundation, which doesn't have Open Society name, but it's a different story. But we were a part of this network. So it was also out of solidarity with the funders to show that if you are going to stigmatize one funder, single it out and take it and try to chase it from the country, we are coming. We are, as a group of funders. It is also a way to, I would say, make it more secure for other funders, because when you are funding it not as one organization, but a dozen or 25, then, let's say, that's not so easy to put blame on one organization or one foundation. But as I say, I think it's a necessity, and we're now seeing it in the United States, because the money that is being taken by the Trump administration is not going to come back soon. And this means that organizations have to work in collaboration. Maybe there should be also some mergers. Maybe we should have prepared for the tougher times. And usually I'm not so much optimistic, but I'm hopeful. Mm-hmm. I'm in green. So that's my sign of hope after being in black a day after the second round of elections. But this hope basically is that maybe for some time it's going to be difficult, and don't deceive ourselves. This financial framework will be will be certainly lower than the previous one. So, and the task and the responsibilities and challenges are much bigger. And apart from strengthening the European values, we are called for to help with building civil resilience, because, you know, the wars around are more and more, not less, and we don't know how long it's going to take. With 250 kilometers from here, we have, you know, just hot war in Ukraine, not cold, but hot war in Ukraine. And you never know whether in Poland we will not be in danger in the situation in which we have to be prepared to, you know, go to the shelters. So it's on civil society to have a strategy on preparedness, operational, because EU has such a strategy, but it's not operational yet, because who's going to do it if not us, civil society organizations, Boy Scouts, Girl Guides, you name it. We have to have a responsibility to take care of all these crises that are coming, like the last flood. We were there again. It can happen anytime. It's not being, you know, sure that maybe in 2 times again we are going to have huge flood because of the weather change and climate change. War, resilience, and attack on democracy. All of this more and more challenges. Like, who's going to fight with FIMI if not us? You know, foreign interference, domestic interference. So with all these new challenges and tasks, we should have more money as the societies, I'm not saying civil society, as the states, but we are not having any resources. So talking about this, I think self is important to be preserved, and we know that probably is not going to be preserved in this shape. We have to be sure that there will be some other strengths for civic education, historical education, for you know, defending and strengthening democracy in many different ways. And without civil society, it's not going to be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I took note of a lot of inspiring things that you said, but one that I would like to pick up is how solidarity creates security and also courage for others to step up. So I go back to Waltrod. We have heard what donors, both private and public, are thinking. Going back to the framework you proposed earlier, what gaps do you see?
Yeah, it's challenging. I want to go back to my 5 points, but this time what? Yeah, sure you can add. Yeah, I mean, we can all add, probably. But I want to start with the narrative and link to the purpose of the funding. Because I think we have all made a mistake of putting civil society at the center of this funding. It should be the purpose at the center of this funding. And what you said, Eva, about the democracy fund, yes, that's the way to go. Because so we speak with quite a lot of policymakers across almost the whole spectrum, political spectrum. And there is understanding for the need to preserve rule of law, democracy, preparedness, like you said it, preparedness for war scenarios, preparedness for climate disaster scenarios, etc. So when this becomes the framing, and then civil society obviously is one of the key actors implementing it, but I think we need to change that. Please, can we stop calling it civil society funding when it's not, when it's for democracy? There is a place for funding for civil society. And that's the place, and I would like to come back to that, maybe giving some figures that I didn't give in the beginning. Funding for civil society itself means strengthening its resilience, its operational capacity, the protection, the capacity building. And for protection, I wanted to quote a number from our latest consultation. So the agency does every year a consultation of our civil society network. And this time, for the first time, we asked, what type of protection do you need? And who has funded it? So what do you need? What have you actually implemented, and who is doing it? And that's very interesting. So both in what do you need and what do you do, it's legal aid and assistance, psychological support, digital protection, cooperation, coalition building. So that's, the order is a bit different. So psychological support is deemed less important than is actually done in practice, which I find very interesting. But then when we ask, and who funded it, 89% was funded by own resources. Because there is a gap. The donors don't fund the protection yet. I know we are all working on this. But that was very interesting. So what does it mean funding for civil society? And what does it mean funding for purposes implemented by civil society? And then also what does it mean service provision on behalf of the state? Why is this called civil society funding? So that's the narrative part. The part on amounts of funding. I want to give another figure from our consultation. We asked, did your organization in the last 12 months, so in 2024, experience unexpected funding cuts? We are not talking about ending of projects or expected. Unexpected funding cuts, 44%. That's a lot. But then we also asked, who cut the funding? Because we had the suspicion it was the US funding cuts. No, US funding cuts, yeah, was there. But the biggest funding cuts came from the national governments within the member states. Unexpected funding cuts. And then the US as well, but the US funding has very different importance in the different EU member states, so you can't basically count it one on one, but that was also quite visible. But the US funding for many wasn't the main funding source of their activity, or not among the main funding sources, it was a smaller part of their funding. Still coming back to what to fund and then linking it with the purpose, the democracy shield of the European Commission that is coming up. I know the consultation is passed, but it would be extremely important to link what the EU proposes in the democracy shield to the need for funding to do these things. And I haven't heard this message very strongly. And sorry, I overlooked one point on the need to fund civil society as such, not other activities that they implement, and I really wanted to congratulate the Norway grants, EEA Norway grants, that in the new civil society program in every single funded country, civic space and organizational development, I think you call it, is a standalone key action to be funded. I think this is really important, and it's great that it's there. Then shifting to how to fund, just 3 points, 2 that were mentioned and 1 that wasn't mentioned. I wanted to come back to your point, Ms. Sikora, on the point of shared management. I heard you, I'm not sure if I understood, but I understand you really trying to promote shared management of EU budget for the funding. Shared management means that the Commission, together with member states, administers the fund. And I totally see where you're coming from. I just want to say that for the funding for civil society work, it's extremely important that it's not in shared management. Because we have seen in the past that shared management meant influence in that jeopardized the independence of funding and jeopardized funding for rights and values. So for that part of the funding for civil society work on democracy, on rights, it's extremely important that it remains in the sole management of the European Commission. Then on conditionality, some things were said. I would like to add one thing. So the conditionality of funding means that funding from the EU has to follow certain values, certain rights, has to follow the Charter. There are 2 different types of conditionality, the rule of law conditionality and the Charter conditionality, which were both mentioned this morning. I think what's also important in addition is that civil society that is being funded through the EU budget has to be organizations that adhere to certain standards and to the Charter of Fundamental Rights themselves. I also come back to what Vera Mora said in the morning on the definition of civil society. Who is it? And currently in the EU funding agreements, with the grant agreements with civil society, they have a clause on adherence to rights and values, but it's still very vague. So at the agency, we think it should be less vague, and the sanctions for breaches should be stronger. I also know it only happened once that there was a real issue, but I think in the current times it's quite important to have conditionality on both sides, basically, also on those who implement the funding. And then one thing we haven't mentioned is the co-funding. And maybe the co-funding, first of all, maybe I'm just don't get the concept. I don't always understand, but I'm happy to discuss why co-funding is needed. We know that especially when funding implementers, the intermediaries of the share fund, had to co-fund, I think, with 10%, where you are a service provider for something that the Commission wants to do, I don't think it's logical. But maybe I'm not getting a point, I don't know. So the co-funding questioning its purpose as such, but then also when we have co-funding, I think then we shift to the other point on donor coordination. I have seen very good cases where one donor has chipped in with the co-funding for another donor to be more clever about it. And I fully share what you have said. There is overall not enough funding. How can we be clever? How can also donors maybe sort of divide the areas they fund and specialize? I know it's happening, but it could be happening more. Ingrid, you mentioned that you will be working with the FRA, the OECD, and the Council of Europe. We are applying for funding with the Norway grants. So we, for example, we actually took the liberty as potential grantees to speak with other grantees to agree on who is doing what so that we are efficient. We are not asking to be funded for the same things. So we spoke with the OECD about that, say who can do what, who has the expertise in what. And I think what we haven't mentioned at all is grantee coordination. That's what I'm getting at. I know it's tricky in many aspects, but I've heard this from civil society. We spoke about this. Maybe you want to say something to that. But when applying for EU funding in this case, a lot of organizations hand in funding for civic space monitoring. There is duplication. It doesn't really matter in the sense that the more people monitor, it's not a mistake as long as the results don't vastly contradict each other, which they normally don't. But the problem is the loss of efficiency, both in terms of effort, but also in terms of funding. When 2 or 3 times the same thing is funded, we lack funding for something else. And especially once I don't think the European Commission is listening anymore, anyway, we've told them, but once the funding is allocated to civil society, to connect all those that work on one topic for mutual learning, for synergies, also for a next funding period to be more efficient, I think that would be extremely important. But I don't hear that mentioned very often.
Maybe also on the point of donor coordination?
Yep.
Sorry. Yeah. No, I think on the point of donor coordination, that's also important to see when public or EU funding ends, then also to care about the follow-up funding. And that's also where potentially the philanthropic funding can play a role, and more coordination could also help.
Yes. And the last point was that I haven't mentioned yet is the funding pressures. Obviously, we didn't discuss this in this panel because it wasn't the topic of this panel. But just to make a point is that beyond funding, providing funding, donors can do a lot of things and have an important role, especially when their grantees are coming under pressure. And Ingrid Schulerud would be better placed than me to speak about it because you have done that. I remember when your fund operator in Hungary was under pressure, you stepped up, you issued statements, you had diplomatic engagement. This is important, that donors stand behind their grantees when they are under pressure. I think there would be a lot more, but I think also we want to hear also from the room and giving to Janet.
Yes, so the time is limited, unfortunately, to do the second round and also to get some questions from the audience. I still want to ask Ms. Sikora about what your ministry is doing to support civil society and how it's finding synergies with other funding, such as the SERV.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry. Need some new funding, I guess, for yes, indeed, I think it was quite. Thank you for that. Like, it was really mentioned how active we are, in particular with our monitoring committees. So I'm happy to tell you the 23 monitoring committees functioning under national and regional
in national regional format. I'm myself chairing the committee for the social fund, so I'm really happy. There's a lot of possibilities for the social side and to speak up, and it's great and it's never boring, and I can assure you there's a lot of always things to say, and we make sure to give time for this platform. I'm also chairing the Accessibility Council, which is another format. It's a council dedicated to eliminating barriers that are the hardest for people with disabilities and special needs. So we have this format. We have also the Partnership Agreement Committee, a subcommittee for partnership development, and recently, also thanks to the social actors, we decided to create a new subcommittee, and I'm very, very happy about this. There will be a subcommittee on the implementation of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which is amazing because this will assure us this kind of monitoring tool throughout new programs. And I think no matter what will be happening on top, that there will be a structure. So thank you again for bringing this important issue. This is something that we just decided, so it's brand new information actually. And so very happy this is functioning that way, and I can share with you, like, we're really trying to do our best to consult at every possible stage and to ensure that the voice of the civil society is always heard, and I think we've been quite successful with that, and there are many programs and we always open. So I think if there are some complaints to the ministries, like definitely ours is the bottom of the list, I would say, at least hopefully. And I wanted to also thank Ingrid for the great support we get through the Norwegian funds. It's really great because Poland has been the largest beneficiary of those funds for years, and thanks to this support, we managed to, you managed to achieve 900 projects across really diverse sectors, ranging from environmental protection, democracy support, renewable energy, culture, and so on. So there is really a great complementary stream of support that we're receiving to this EU fund. So it's really, really great we have this, and I'm looking forward to continue our cooperation in this regard. And it's going through my colleague, Mr. Wojnarowski, who deals with this. But it's really great addition to the EU funds that we manage. So I know we're limited on time, so maybe I will talk briefly on SURF. Of course, this is a bit more tricky, given the program is managed directly by the European Commission. It's a very important tool for smaller organizations, for the work on the ground. And I know in the current programming period, more than 150 entities from Poland have benefited from SURF funding. It came to my attention as well through the contact with the different structures and people in local governments that there is not enough information about this important program. So what we started, and there is no information point in Poland, and maybe we'll be able to change it. For the moment, we have decided to distribute leaflets and information about this in every single point, information point that we have for our funds, for our ministry. So there are 40 of them. So it's also a new decision. It's been really a couple of weeks, and there will be information available for civil society in every possible point. We also put in our website, so at least the access to information is there. And I mean, it's a simple thing that what we can do at the beginning without really additional cost. So we of course happy to do it, and we also know that it's important to continue to have this support in the next budget for this program. I myself, in my past life, I was working on the budget sometimes. I was always fighting for the a separate budget line for Daphne, for instance. So it's always an issue that is coming back. So we don't have information yet, but we hope that there will be, of course, space to continue this important program. And now coming up to EFS, of course, it's a key tool for us. And well, we allocate over 130 million specifically to build the capacity of NGOs in Poland. helping to operate from more effectively, more efficiently. And so far, more than 3,000 NGOs managed to use this support, and I can also encourage you to take a look at the website of the Ministry, because there will be a new project that is coming up, also for support of democracy, also psychological well-being of children, mitigating climate change. So there will be new competition in July and will be in August. So it's a very important information, and also it shows that we continue with this path. And I think the most important thing to tell you, we strongly advocate for dedicated standalone area of interventions for civic society development in the next MFF, and we do hope this will be possible. I mean, I will finish here, and thank you again I'm looking forward to our further cooperation, really, because there's still so much to do.
Maybe one more sentence. Really, in this programming period, there was a very important development. 0.25% of cohesion funds was for capacity building of social and civil society partners. And of course, this is not an easy money, because, you know, that's structure. It's not for everybody, but it is there. And one of the many different things that's being distributed in the regions. And one of these elements is support of the federation and networks. So really an important, in the context of what we are saying, that we need collaboration and networking. So this is really an important element, and something hopefully is going to be preserved in the next programming period. At least that's what we are advocating for. Thank you.
So again, we have very short amount of time. I maybe ask each of the three last speakers. We are discussing in the context of the momentum of the civil society strategy. We are preparing as civil society ideas of how the institutions can support, not just us as civil society, but also donors. So maybe I will ask if each of you can say one point that you hope to see in the civil society strategy when it comes to support. Yes, maybe.
I think as a government, we can only share our experience. Of course, we have a strategy for civil society in our funding, and hopefully there are some good points to be taken from that strategy into the EU-level strategy. We will work closely with civil society and you know, encourage all our grantees to use their voice into this process. And it, as Ingrid said from the Commission, my name sister, this consultation will be there until September. So it's important not to waste all the summer holidays not to engage in this process. One point, I think the main message is, of course, that it's good to have a strategy, but it's even better if it's funded.
Absolutely. Yes, maybe Hannah and then Eva.
Yeah, no, I was going to say also that I think indeed in the civil society strategy, the link to the funding is very essential, and it's now that this funding needs to, of course, be implemented, and also a strong dedicated funding should continue, even be made better and more forceful. Then also considering that there should be more dialogue, as we stated in different occasions here. But also an important element about the civil society strategy is the civil dialogue. Very important also to involve civil society actors in policymaking and ensure that public funding is also available for, in a way, the political role and the participation of civil society organizations in policymaking and shaping. And that's something where it's also called for national policymakers and EU-level policymakers to understand this role and function, because we are seeing that also in a German context, for example, that there is a questioning of when foundations, public benefit organizations engage or support more political activities, that this is put under question, and there's been quite some debate around that. And that's also why we sense that Article 11 can play a crucial role to really provide the guarantee for the civil dialogue and for the engagement and participation also of civil society organizations and citizens in policymaking.
I understand the question was about donors, other donors than EU.
About the civil society strategy, one action that can
protect.
support.
And here with protect, I think we need not only the protection from the outside, but also inside. And here, here is also maybe the role for the private funders, who can come much more easily than institutions with emergency funding. But talking about EU strategy, I think we need to really think about this alert system that is being proposed there, so that there will be an immediate reaction. And I'm not so positive that this emergency funding will be so easy from the EU level. So here, much more intermediaries than before, and not only in CERF, but in our other programs, Creative Europe, you name it, whatever they are going, justice program. You need intermediaries because they can react much more quickly, and they are doing really very good due diligence. There was recently this report, everybody was talking about it, the auditor's report that was saying that something was wrong with the way that the funding was being monitored by on the EU level. But basically, when I read it, I mean, it's I would say it's paying respect and honor to the civil society organizations. The problem was not with the grant recipients. The problem was that there was probably not enough bureaucrats to do due diligence. So really believe me that intermediaries are doing the due diligence, and they know whether somebody, they're checking before they give money, whether this is a gongo civil society organization or a for-profit pretending to be non-profit. So more intermediaries and emergency funding then will be secured.
Thank you. Now I open the floor to questions, comments on the rich discussion that we just had. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Gaia from National NGO Coalition, Lithuania. So thank you very much for your discussion. It was very valuable, and the data you provided, I think it's very useful. And especially what worries me is the cuts. As well in Lithuania, we face it. And actually, my question was on your last remark about auditors of Court of Auditors report, which is actually quite good. But how they put it, the lobbyists in front of the CSO sector, I think the negative impact will be very bad in Lithuania as well. So unfortunately, I think this is the way we put where the private donors, public donors and NGOs, civil society organizations should work together and say their opinion, strong opinion, and stand in this. Because I am afraid that with the governments coming up in democratic states, the civil society organizations are getting less and less visible. So thank you for your work. What you're doing is very valuable, that we as SSOs can receive other funding, not just the public ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question?
Okay. Andrzej Pietrucha, the Academy of Civic Organization, Warsaw. Thank you for this discussion. I just one comment, because mostly we are talking about grant making, about project money, which is coming to the NGOs, and I think which is it is absolutely crucial and important discussion in these challenging times. But I would like to thank Eva for mentioning individual money coming in, the individual donors' role in financing non-profit organization and corporate money, which is coming to the sector. I agree that we can observe that this trend in Poland, which is growing, but still we are struggling because people perceive democracy, human rights as some sort of difficult cause in terms of fundraising. So I would like to emphasize the role of all the mechanisms to support individual giving and corporate giving to support these important causes. And especially I'm thinking about regular giving and major donors giving, which is absolutely crucial. And if I can just mention one initiative that we recently launched with European Fundraising Association, which is called Fundraising for Democracy. We are trying to bring all the expertise, all the cases related to this topic and to share with the NGOs, with the organization. And even 2 weeks ago, together with Kasia, we were in Bulgaria organizing the conference on that. And that's interesting because initially the conference was supposed to be called Fundraising for Democracy, but in the end we ended up with the title Fundraising in the Challenging Times because they perceive democracy as a risky topic. Thank you.
So, one last point.
Yeah, no, just on the purposes and the framing that you suggested on arguing more, it's for democracy, rule of law, and fundamental rights. It's also the issue that these terms are very abstract. And I think what I take also from the previous panel is that we need to fill it with life. We need to showcase what it means and what the added value is. And that's also the consideration around the legitimacy of all the action. If we don't root it back to the citizens, we will not convince the citizens about the work and about the values, also democracy, rule of law, and fundamental rights.
Absolutely. So thank you so much for this panel, for all the ideas that you brought. I want to close, again, at the beginning I said it's a very difficult time, but we need to look at what gives us hope. And I want to share something that gives me hope. Of course, one is to hear so many allies in different sectors, but I also think back to my country, Italy, where right now the situation is very, very difficult. We have a neo-fascist government, and it's really attacking democracy, the rule of law, and civil society. And what gives me hope? Today, the project Net for Defenders, which, by the way, is supporting this event, is launching a protection hub for civil society. And what I hear from our members that are involved in that and are powering that effort is really that so many lawyers, so many civil society organizations and other sectors of the rule of law are stepping up and are wanting to come together and support all those citizens and people that are standing up for our values. So really this gives me hope, and it shows that the civil society is not just, complaining about the situation, but it's really organizing and mobilizing and resisting, pushing forward for our values. So thank you so much. There was... sorry, I missed the question. Yeah, we have 1 more minute, so maybe one last input.
Ja, Aleksandra Zapolska, będę po polsku. Aleksandra Zapolska, Fundacja.
I'll be speaking Polish. I'm from a Krakow-based foundation. I'm a member of the Coalition of Migration and Minority Organizations. And given the war in Ukraine, given the uncertainty as regards the security situation, it's important to... it is being translated if you put on your headphones. Organizations that work for migrants. Given the situation after 2022, these organizations had an important role to play and provided support and advocacy for the creation and of interinstitutional and for coordinating activities. So the second question, the second issue has to do with flexibility.
The lady represents organization of Ukrainians living in Poland, and she wanted to emphasize the need to see them and their needs, and also to help them and assist them in advocacy work and monitoring and advocacy. That it's important also, like in the institutional dialogue that can be created with the specific emphasis on this particular needs that they have.
And the second issue, as the year 2022 demonstrated, project flexibility in the face of to respond to crises, because we had active citizens and we know how important flexibility is in the face of emergencies or unpredictable.
Is the need to have flexibility and be able to answer to the situation that is volatile and permanently changing. And this is something that they were able to have such an attitude and approach in EA grants for civil society last programming period, and it's important to sustain this approach in the coming period too. Flexibility and agility and possibility to respond to the permanently changing situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much also for reminding us that in crisis, civil society doesn't only mobilize to provide services and address the emergency, but also to advocate, to remind rights should be at the core of how governments tackle the emergency. So thank you so much for these last words, and a round of applause for our speakers.
So while you are taking back your seats, kindly, I would invite only half an hour more for the closing and some takeaways that we might want to bring further into further action. So I would invite Jean-Robert Suesser, Vice President of the organizers basically, of the European Civic Forum, Carolina, Philip, or Eva, I don't know who of you would like to play the role, to say a few closing remarks, takeaways, and then we will invite our colleagues from Copenhagen and from Dublin that will pass to whom we will pass on the challenges, but the opportunities and also the responsibility to take these points further and to work together in cooperation to make more impact. So please, we had a standing opening, so maybe you want to do a standing or seated as you wish, but if you sit, then you would need to sit there. So, okay, we start with you, Carolina.
So the conclusion of the meeting like that is it's a big challenge what to say at the end. I think so that as we are here now with all of the colleagues from the European Civic Forum, and I feel this power we have as a network, and from the perspective of the Polish National Federation and the Polish NGOs, I will allow myself to speak on behalf of I think so big part of the Polish civil society. It was so important for us in the so difficult moments we passed last years that we had the feeling and that we were sure that we are not alone, that we have our colleagues and friends in the network, and even if something very difficult will happen, we will be not alone. And this feeling, it's something that I think so this is so important. And we discuss about solidarity. And today evening we will celebrate the 20 years of European Civic Forum. And here you can see what it's about. It's about equality, solidarity, freedom, democracy for all. So I'm very glad that it was the opportunity to meet, to talk. But now we are living in the time that we have to stop only to talk about the challenges. It's a great opportunity to have some discussion like that. But now we are in the time that we have to start to act. and to know how to organize ourselves, how to strategize, how to, knowing that we have the limited resources and that we are facing a lot of challenges in many member states, how to cooperate and to push step by step, even when we are talking about the strategy. I still remember it was, I don't know, it's Vera Mora, she knows perfectly, but it's years that we started to think and to talk about the strategy. And now I hope that we will have the good document. So it's really a long way. It's not the fast run, it's long way run, but I'm so happy that we are together in this relation. So one more time, thank you for everything you've done. Thank you.
Okay, so just because time is running, so I don't want to be long, I just wanted to tell three things. I mean, first of all, I wanted to thank, to say big thanks to all people standing behind this event. Yes, so first of all, the European Civic Forum Secretariat, the colleagues from the Batory Foundation, Tatiana, Janek, and so there are some others upstairs still working to disseminate also our discussion. So thank you very much for your oral engagement. Yes. Secondly, I also would like to thank you, all of you, for coming here, for showing for your interest, and I think it also shows the strength that is in us, in the civil society, and I'm sure we will manage whatever will happen with this strengths, with these capacities. We can fight it back as we used to, unfortunately, but we will. And then maybe also to say that things are still changing and all this work makes sense. I will just finish with my my memory from when I started working with the European Civic Forum. We are celebrating 20 years today. So when I started, it was like around 2011, my first meetings. We were discussing on the European level, about volunteering. The discussions about civil society was about volunteering. This was wow, yeah, great. And now we are discussing the strategy, the funding. We are having the institutions with us, so it really shows, the change, and it shows, okay, it takes time, but really this work gives us, something, make it worth it. So I think we just have to keep it going, and I would like to all of you just to keep the strength and for this work. And once again, thank you for being with us. And with this, I assume I should give the mic to Mr. that already had the mic. Okay, Jean-Robert.
It's working. So I will say several words, one page, for the European Civic Forum. Of course, to thank everyone for being here and for inputs, and from the stage and from the audience. Also to wrap up several things that came to our ears and with which we will go on debating and acting. So democracy. Dealing with the issue means answering two interlinked questions. How it works, and we said a lot of things, how it works well and bad. But also, does it deliver? A question not to forget, as it's a crucial issue for understanding the crisis of democracy today, not only in Europe, all over the world. Democracy doesn't deliver for too many people. We have heard much about the role of civic actors for protecting democracy and the rule of law. And indeed, it's in our vein, civil actors and civic actors organizations. First and foremost, because of the civic actors' core agenda. We are fighting each of our organizations along its particular mandate for making rights effective for all. We act for an inclusive society. We fight for each society, each community, each individual to live in a situation which make it benefiting from what a just peace means for anyone. And we know that in our complex, diversified societies, an inclusive society cannot thrive without a democratic institutional framework. Saying this about why we are in this fight, there is a question. Do we have allies inside institutions for sharing the democracy agenda? Are we in a society where policies delivers effective access to rights for all? Are we in a society where the voices of the diversity of society are heard and taken in consideration, where no one is left aside? Are we in a situation where the political sphere is considering that citizens are entitled to be informed in ways that allows them to understand the features of the issues at stake, that allows to make informed opinion about policies to be implemented? When I formulate this, the issues this way, going to the very root of the issues with democracy, can these questions leave us with high pessimism? That would not be an activist way of thinking, so of course not. But indeed we can think, of developing alternatives with strong allies inside institutions, inside the political sphere. Not with a partisan approach, as we can rely on what the EU project is claiming to be. When we read Article 2, Article 3 of the EU Treaty, when we read the Charter of Fundamental Rights, we feel we have the right base to say those who strive for a society of all rights for all, let's unite. Let's make reality of the promises of the treaty. We are many in our societies which, sorry for going too fast, we are many in our societies which are to defend the rule of law in its broader understanding, as with this sticking to the promises of the EU Treaty. For that to happen, we have to interact with institutions, with the political sphere, in order alliances in defense of the treaty provisions to materialize. The aggressive progression of the far right's perspectives makes clearer than earlier the challenges of the time. Do we accept civic actors and the majority of decision makers, a society where policymakers are putting their energy in deciding who is not legitimate to access to a right? Right to asylum, right to abortion, right to sport when wearing a scarf, as in my country. If the far right, they are obsessed with setting all kinds of borders, their imagination to exclude some of rights is without borders. So are we also still in times to pursue the policies that have developed for decades, policies that have risen wealth, but to unsustainable levels, that have risen inequality, obviously, to also unsustainable situations, that have developed feeling of precarity for so many people inside society, and in these ways, that are feeding the far-right alternative perspective. To finish, I will say that electoral moments are shaped by the realities people experience and by the expectations they are developing for how a more desirable future can materialize. Civic actors are present to feed both reality people experience, expectations they have for the future. We'll do it by claiming inclusion perspectives against exclusions ones. Institutions have to do their part of the work to address the same challenges in their field of responsibility, namely, make ongoing progress for a society relying on interlinking a democracy that delivers, a rule of law that works for all, a progress with effective access to the diversity of needed rights, leaving no one outside the movement. So to finish, I say, let's do it, and let's do it together. And now, perspective with the next presidency, yeah? Moment.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to sit down a little bit. So, yeah, it's important, right? So thank you so much for the opportunity to say a little bit about plans and priorities and what's happening in the Danish context in terms of the upcoming presidency. My name is Rukiatu. I come from Copenhagen, from an organization called Nyt Europa, where I work as a policy advisor, as well as a fundamental right program lead. So as we look towards the Danish presidency and the priorities that have been put forward, we're acutely aware of the moment that we find ourselves in currently in terms of several wars on several fronts, in terms of the geopolitical tension, but also in terms of what has been spoken about a lot here today, about shrinking civic space, about a growing disconnection between institutions and the people it serves, but also about how civil society organize, collaborate towards these attacks. In the Danish context, it has been made very clear that the political priorities are taking a very security-based focused, and that was very expected. The central theme is security. The Danish government has made it clear that the presidency will be shaped by geopolitical tensions, but also just a general focus in EU and in Europe at large with the current sort of context of war everywhere. We have a Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the EU Affairs Minister who has signaled a very strong focus on the rule of law, which we are very appreciative of, or we are happy to see that. She's focused a lot on Article 7 priorities, or procedures rather, and it made it clear that a lot of her work will also focus on targeted priority countries. And the discussions that at least in many civil society organizations in the Danish context has been that although these emphases are very reflective of the time that we're in, we're very concerned about how the challenges that civil society is facing will be swept into this security language, will be absorbed into this whole security agenda, which is very, very worrying. And from the context of Nyt Europa, where we have a foot in the Danish civil society as well as the European civil society, we see that the threats to democracy don't just come from outside, but they come from within as well. We see that the disillusionment comes from democratic backsliding, it comes from a shrinking civic space, it comes from a growing sense of powerlessness among citizens, and that's something we actively need to work against, which is a priority of ours. So in terms of just to say a little bit about the MFF, that's also been spoken a little bit about, a huge priority of ours has also been to put some effort and put some activity into having dialogues with the Foreign Ministry and the European Affairs Ministry about SERV and putting effort in terms of saying that in order to be able to sustain this democratic foundation that we have, there needs to be an expanded pool of funding that sort of supports this kind of work. And then also a key priority that we at least have put forward is that this aspect of collaboration, it's quite important for us that we sort of strengthen the role of capacity of civil society in Denmark, but also across Europe. And one of the priorities that we're doing also is to build public understanding. In the Danish context, there's not a lot of, ownership at least, and understanding about EU values. So a lot of our effort also goes into awareness raising. A lot of our effort also goes into sort of, putting effort into how EU plays a role in the everyday lives of people and citizens. So yeah, an effort will be to do a lot of awareness raising, but on top of building awareness, we also will make an active effort in terms of collaborating with a vast range of different civil society actors, but also just other actors from different sectors. We are currently in the process of arranging a major civil society conference on democracy and rights in November, which will basically be a shadow conference to the government's official rule of law conference, which will be held in December. So the conference that we're hosting will have a focus on creating this working space where we move from the diagnostic towards action, and we move towards pushing, and we move towards co-creation and building strategies, which is one of the things that has actively been spoken about during this day. And we move towards a coordinated effort. We're in the process of designing this conference in a more deliberative way, where it will have deliberative sessions, it will have workshops, it will have a focus on creating toolkits and outcomes that are actually actionable, rather than just saying, okay, we have a problem, and staying at that. And this we're doing with some of the organizations who are present in this room, ECF, as well as Fundamental Rights Agency. And it's a process where we're inviting anyone who has an interest in this process in terms of how can we collaborate, how can we actually make use of these presidential cycles to facilitate a coordinated effort towards building a stronger fundamental for how we can showcase the values that we stand for, rather than moving towards polarization. So yeah, we're hoping that this conference becomes a launch pad for broader collaborations. We're hoping that this conference becomes a launch pad for action. And if anyone has an interest in facilitating workshops or engaging in that process, we really invite to join the early core coordination group and be a part of that process, because I think it's a necessity that we coordinate the series of upcoming presidencies, so that we're actually able to facilitate this ongoing dialogue and don't just stay at diagnostic, but actually moving towards action. Thank you.
Love that. Thank you, Rukiatu. Sign me up for that conference. I love that, from diagnostics to action. So, hello, everybody. It's definitely a pleasure to be here today in Warsaw among fellow civil society organizations. And my name is Christina Noor, and I'm representing today The Wheel. The Wheel is an Irish organization. We are actually the National Association of Community and Voluntary Organizations, Charities and Social Enterprise. So yes, we actually represent the whole civil society sector in Ireland. And I'm really grateful actually for the opportunity to be here today to share some reflections as we look ahead to can you hear me? Is it on? Yeah, okay. Okay, good. To the presidency that we'll take over in Q2 of 2026. So it's first Denmark, then Cyprus, and then it's us. So it's actually great that we're involved in the process already now. And I can only second what you just said. So there are state priorities, of course, already also publicized, and they are on security and defense and EU enlargement and economic competitiveness and all of that. And what I recognized when I was preparing also for this conference is that on the civil society side, we're first having like talks. So we're at the moment, so we are at a very early stage. We're trying to prepare, we're meetings, we have like networks and all of that. We're still establishing. So what I would do now is to share just a very early stage reflection. So I will not have concrete plans or anything, but this also taught me we should start now. And actually also, we were speaking before to really emphasize we would like to be part of a structured process there. Because, as our Prime Minister, Taoiseach Micheál Martin, has said recently, Ireland is preparing for a presidency defined by action. And that is, from our point of view, that must include action to protect and expand civic space across the EU. So for Ireland, one of our core ambitions from the civil society side of the 2026 presidency is to champion civic space and civic engagement, but not just in rhetoric ways, but in real actionable ways. So what we would like to do is to highlight the value of inclusive policy making. And this through co-creation, through co-design with civil society. And maybe you know that in Ireland we actually have some positive, if still developing experience with this. We have the public participation network, we have the civic forum, so these are kind of like inclusive policy making examples and homegrown examples also. How actually structured engagement can enrich democracy, and that we would like to work on and also to put in a focus. But these initiatives, of course, require sustained support and funding was a topic today very often, to flourish. And also, just to mention that, we must be honest, civic space in Ireland is of course not immune to the threats we see across Europe, and we were talking about today as well. So, for example, what we're seeing is that media ownership is increasingly concentrated. We also have pointed attacks on NGOs and especially the LGBTQ+ community in Ireland. And this is actually an echo that, like a broader effort to undermine civil society. So this is just an echo of what is also going on in Europe at the moment. This is coupled with also the topics we were listening to today, disinformation, hostile narratives also towards civil society organization and the erosion of public trust. And that means also that our democratic systems are under immense strain. However, what we also see in Ireland and elsewhere is that collective responses to crisis, so from the housing movement to the grassroots climate action, show actually the power of social solidarity. But, and we heard that before in the panel, to continue this essential work, we need more than recognition or visibility, we need resourcing. And that's why also the next Multiannual Financial Funding Framework, so MFF, we will put also in the focus of our agenda, of course, because we think this must reflect the critical role civil society plays in preserving democracy. And just also to second what you said, one aspect definitely will also be on collaboration. So we are particularly also interested in collaborating with you, our partners in civil society across Europe. Be sure that the insights shared here today, your approaches, your challenges, your strategies will be brought home. And we want to make sure that the EU presidency in Ireland reflects not just those state priorities, but the lived experiences actually of our communities that we serve across the EU. So we think this could be like a moment to actually commit to rebuilding democratic confidence, because I think it's also about democratic confidence at this point. We heard it a lot, like about defending democracy, but actually maybe it's actually about rebuilding the confidence in democracy. And we want to make it a platform that we use not to speak with, but not to speak for civil society, but to speak with. So, sorry, I messed that up the end. So thanks a lot.
Nothing about us without us.
Yes, exactly. That's what I meant. Thank you, Alexandrina.
Thank you so much. Don't worry, I'm not going to wrap up the wrap-up. Just to say that obviously we will never stop. We will go on. There will be a continuum and synergies. And I think the word collaboration comes second after, of course, civic and civil society. So there will be a lot of collaboration and synergies. Yes. now I think it's time for us to energize, to continue informally, to exchange and to build some hope and to be aware of our power. So people have the power. Please, just a technical announcement. When you leave the room, please take all your belongings, because we need to rearrange everything for the European Civic Forum General Assembly, which will come right after lunch. So yeah, please take all your belongings with you. And you can leave the luggage. No.